are we live? Whoop whoop, there it is. Ladies and gents, here we are. Man, whew, feeling great. I hope you guys are feeling great. I hope you guys are feeling good this morning. You know what? Actually, where could I do this? Guys? Did I even pin it yesterday? Did you know that? I don't even know if I pinned the coffee at all. I don't even think I did that yesterday. I have to say, guys, good morning. Let's jump right in. buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. I don't even have the screen share up yet, but of course, there it is. Boom, add it. Oh, we're just writing the coffees there. Guys, it's great to see you guys. We're going through some stuff, right? You guys saw the thumbnail. State funded and sinister. There's some weird stuff going on. Barron is on a warpath. I'm sure you also saw that in the title. Barron goes hard on all of these people. Very interesting. I guess there's nothing to do with Viva Fry. I guess not. He didn't have that type of flip flop. He actually has I watched this thing with him and Brett Weinstein and I think Jimmy Dore, and he was kind of flip flopping within that whole thing. He was going back and forth, but I guess Barron didn't have time for the little guy apparently. So we're gonna be jumping into a whole bunch of stuff when it comes to this breakdown that Barron did. We're also going to touch on something that Candace said. I don't know if you guys know. Candace had something to say about all this. I don't know if this sparked Barron into getting into this topic at all, but it definitely correlates in regards to Data Republican. A lot of people have a lot to say about her. Someone who I think is blind. I didn't know that. I think she's blind. As you guys know, I am going to be making sure as the coffees come in, as the super chats come in, maybe the coffees as well, if they're fast enough. As they come in, we're going to be reading them just so you can actually be a part of the conversation and not just the afterwards type of thing. I want to do that for you guys. It helps with communication as well, you know? I mean, it's just better that way. You guys know I'm also on Spotify. Check the link. Oh, someone said deaf. Oh, I thought she was blind. Deaf. Wow, that's something. Especially a picture I saw of her. She was wearing big glasses, and I was like, oh, she must be blind. Someone said dead, not blind. I think you mistyped that. Okay, Christ is King, Jesus is Lord. Yeah. No, don't worry. I caught the typo. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's actually Helen Keller. Someone said it's actually Helen. Okay. Well then, solved. Somebody. Thank you guys for always correcting me, leading me in the right direction. You guys know all of this is in the description. The coffees, the Spotify, the other channel, all of the stuff, Twitch, all of that good stuff. It's all in the description. It always is. So we're going to go through that stuff. Then we're going to go into some Lindsey Clancy stuff. Just briefly, someone I really like, who's a great storyteller, does a great little breakdown of, why people are kind of on the fence about who did what, even though the defense and the prosecution are not. Then there's some stuff about Hayden that we're going to touch on. Apparently, her mother started doing interviews, and it's not looking good. She is basically the turning point of that situation. Just not looking good. And other than that, man, I'm glad to be here, guys. I'm very glad to be here. So we're going to jump right in. What I also wanted to find was there are so many people, because I see your comments. I see them. But, we can't always get into them. But there were so many people who had such a great reaction to what we covered at the beginning of yesterday's episode that I wanted to somehow get in there and see stuff that I responded to. Let me see if I can find that. There's so many people. Okay, so I found a couple. We're gonna get into that, and then I'm gonna get into some other stuff here. But I want to talk about that a little bit, honestly. Let me see here. Let me just make sure. Let me jump in. I'll just jump right in, because yesterday we were talking about that father. He was talking about the fact that if you have a wife, you're lucky, and somebody just said thank you for sharing that beautiful bit of wisdom from that priest. I've been divorced for 15 years, empty nester. Would love to find my person, anyone who has found theirs should be so thankful. It is one of the highest blessings from God, and the second highest is children. Exactly. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. So that's one of them. And then somebody else wrote something on Instagram. I think it hit hard for them. And I just think it's just beautiful that so many look. Mike Riley sent me a voice note. I won't play that voice note, Mike Riley. Don't worry. I won't put you out on the coals like that, sir. I won't do that to you. But who else? Whatever. I can't find that person, but I just wanted to put that out there. And also, I have more clips, so I'm definitely going to jump into that because I just think it's a beautiful thing to do. So, without further ado, your opening statement. This is what I was doing in the morning. I was listening to something, St. Michael's Lent. I was going through some prayers and whatnot, or just listening to some people talk, some priests. And one thing they said at the end was, you can't own the world, but you can disown it. And it links directly to what that priest was talking about yesterday. Living simply, letting go of the world gives you the ability to live simply, right? And it's very weird because we have this thing where we really do cling to the material, and somehow, I don't know if it's a spell or what, but we kind of lose ourselves. We lose living simply. We lose the fact of how good it is to just be married, to just have someone, to just have children, to just have access to your family, to speak to them on a regular basis, to be close-knit, to do those visits, to have those friends, to have those times with your friends, all of that stuff. We lose connection with all of that. Being thankful for food, everything seems like a stress. And I know it's how the world is designed, but you do have an ability to disown it. And I don't mean living in a forest off-grid, but you do have the ability to lessen the importance of those things if you so choose. So just wanted to put that out there. That was something that I was wrestling with, during my walk, because there are a lot of earthly things that I want, and I'm like, I can just let go of those things. And like, why can't I let go of those things? Because if you live simply, you can have everything. You can have all things easily. I mean, the real important things, if you just acknowledge them, you have all of them, and then you're rich. And that's it. That's the real path to being rich. You don't have to dip yourself in Diddy oil and go down a slip and slide into some dark mansion with a bunch of guys who are wearing masks and Cardi B's playing for some reason and Doja Cat's dressed like a demon, right? You don't have to do all that. That's not necessary, but we feel like it is. It's very weird. We got to get rid of that stuff, man. It's crazy. It trips me out, man. It really trips me out that we really feel that way. I don't know why this clip keeps playing without me playing it. And then Instagram sucks and won't let me replay things. I don't know why it does that. Someone says I disown the world every day. Yeah, that's the stuff, man. That's the stuff. Diligent Dennison. We're going to get to Diligent Dennison. Don't worry. I also have some clips from Diligent Dennison. I don't understand how people are ignoring his new discovery, something that he just showed in regards to Tyler Robinson's family. We're going to talk about that. But yeah, I was just thinking about that, man. Here, let me play this clip instead here. I'll let that one play. So this is the one about the wife. I don't need to play that one again. But this one here is kind of speaking about this as well, a little bit.
We demand that God just accept us the way we are with no repentance, and it doesn't work that way. Yes, Christ comes for sinners. He comes for the adulterers. He comes for the murderers. He comes for the homosexuals. He comes for, on and on, whatever it is, liars, thieving, all of these. But what it means is he's come to transform you. He's come to make you into who you are truly supposed to be. We have to cooperate with that. And the world doesn't want that. We want a God that's just going to affirm me in my own ego and affirm me in all of my own desires. That's not God. We demand that.
And I think what this guy's talking about here, and I'm so sorry I don't know these guys' names or anything like that, but I think what he's talking about there, like that experience that we have is us like holding on to the world. That's why we want God to just affirm us in how we are. And so many people do. And it even gets down to pastors and preachers, like those young new age pastors who are wearing Jordans and backwards hats and stuff like that. That's what they're all about. They're just affirming you in everything. And it just turns into mud, you know? It just turns into weird mud. And then you walk into your church and there's rainbows everywhere. And the pastor has rainbow hair. And he just says it's all good. Don't even worry about it. And then somebody stands up and screams, Jesus was trans. And everybody claps. And you're like, what? What's going on? And then they throw you out because you're a bigot, and they call the police, and the police take you away. That's how it goes now. That's how it goes now. Don't believe me? Whatever. Fine. Anyway. It's weird. It's very weird. I love how so many of you are like in your faith. I do love that. There's a lot of you that are in your faith. So I feel okay doing this, but also I feel a pull to do this. Someone said that escalated quickly. It escalates quickly. Talking about God here. Talking about God in the world. Of course, it escalates quickly. Here, let me play this one. I love this guy. I want to meet this guy. Someone said Josiah Trentham. That's this guy's name. The other guy's name I'm not sure of, but that's his name, and I have to look into him more. He is great. Let me put that name on the screen for anybody who wants to go deeper. You know, I also do this because I know there's somebody who's probably lost their faith, and they've lost their faith. They're not into it. I get it completely. Don't worry. Let the jokes just take you through this whole thing with us. But let me play this clip really quick.
You're a slave. You will be swallowed by death without Christ.
He says without Christ, you're a slave. He's not just calling you a slave.
Without Christ, you won't be able to conquer your sins because your sins are more powerful than you. And the devils will eat you. And it's all terrible and scary because we have real enemies. I think that's important to say because there are many people who want to live in fantasy. It's called secularist, atheistic fantasy, that there are not invisible forces of terrible evil who want you dead. There are. And even people who know God and even people who are living in the church very close are worried about it. I'm very worried about it. Every day, I'm very concerned about it. And I know that carelessness, and especially pride, is a door that I open through which those forces can come into my life. Without Christ.
And that's just going back to the world once again, you know? That is the thing. Those forces, those evil forces that play on us. It's weird. I think that's the spell. When I was talking about that spell that kind of grips you and makes you think that you need the millions of dollars. Like there is this movement in the manosphere of things, the Tate, the Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson not so much, honestly, but there's this movement of young guys who are like, if you're not a millionaire, you're a piece of garbage. Like, what are you doing? If you don't have a six-pack and you're a millionaire, like, this is disgusting. How do you even live? It's the weirdest thing, you know? And you should disown that. You should disown looking at the people that you envy and wanting that. You should just disown that because it just gives you freedom. It gives you so much freedom. You know, someone said, you're looking for a daddy. No, I have a dad. I have a dad. And he was a great inspiration to me. And he died. He had cancer. He died, but he was actually a fantastic inspiration. He's been an inspiration for fatherhood because he wasn't a good father. He's been a great inspiration for health because the way that he got cancer was through an autoimmune disease in the stomach. So I look after my gut now, and I do it for my family. And he was a great inspiration in regards to knowing that you could be like a paratrooper and this honorable person, and you could slowly turn into someone who's like not taking care of their kids, which means that it's not all guaranteed. And just because you do well in one thing in life doesn't mean it's going to be like that forever. And you actually have to stay steadfast, you know? So I already have a dad. So nice try there, you know? Just say you're not ready for it, and it's all good. You're all good, you know? But I already have my dad. My dad's up there already. So he's an okay guy. He's an okay guy. He did the best he could. You know, I think all people do the best they can. But yeah, exactly. There's a narrow path, a very narrow path, you know, very, very narrow path. It's weird. Very weird. The things that I'm learning and coming to now, it feels really good. But I just noticed, like, even just now, like, right? Like you talk about it for what, 5 minutes? People are like, you're looking for a sky daddy. You're looking for a dad. It's like when we talk about those, like what this guy's talking about, those unseen things that pop up, there was something in that person where they're like, I have to ruin this. They're like, people are saying the name of the priests and this and that. People are like, amen. And somebody was like, no, not while I'm here. That was something in them, you know? So you got to pray for those people. It's a weird thing, man. It's not that you're just, I didn't misread your, someone said my dad died from cancer too. Oh gosh. Well, I'm sorry for that. Let's not get into all the cancer death now. Let's not start it. Let's not start to show on all the cancer. But yeah, you know, that's how my dad passed. He had colitis. He could have stopped. He could have stopped drinking, could have stopped smoking, could have got healthier, could have watched after the colitis, stopped eating meat, I think they tell you to do, or cut back at least. And he could have not reversed it, not like cured cancer, but like autoimmune diseases, you know, they lead to worse things. So he tried his best though, you know. Especially when you're old, you're like, what the hell? What's an autoimmune disease? That didn't exist when he was a kid, right? So he's like, yeah, get out of here. Anyway, someone said, come on. Oh, you said it church style. I know exactly what you mean, Kim. The time you were saying what people say in Christian church when preachers are preaching. And then you said it again. Come on. I love that type of stuff, man. I love it, you know? That's the one thing. It's like, how do you leave a Protestant church, man? That's what they're doing in those churches. Those non-denominational, they're singing. Come on, let's go. Bring it down. You can't do that in an Orthodox church. I feel like if you do that in an Orthodox church, you're going to be like, are you okay? I don't think you can do that in the Catholic church. Catholic church, some guy with big hat's going to be like, someone take this guy out of here. Those non-denominational, you can just be like, let's go. Let's go. Jesus, love me. Good Lord. Good Lord. You can just scream that stuff. I don't think you could do that in those other churches. So I said, you better preach it. I don't know if you could do that in those other places. You got to beware, you know? I don't know. It's like, you know, it seems like a little more stuffy in those places, you know? Like you can hear the music even with this guy. You can't interrupt that. You interrupt that with a come on, they're going to be like, what the fuck? What's going on? Who's yelling come on back there? You okay? You need an exorcism? No, I was feeling it. We're not all feeling it? Where's the guitars? You guys have a drum set up? Who's playing bass? I got the bass. If the guy didn't show up, I got the bass. You guys need anybody? Where's the keyboard? Can't do that in every church. Anyways, guys, there's a new conspiracy that's afoot. And, you know, I should just go back really quick. I don't have to go back to this guy's Facebook, whatever. But anybody who is, you know, falling away from faith or doesn't have it, you know, I hope you find it. I hope Jesus draws near to you and touches your heart and your mind, your soul. If you have people in your life that are like that and they think when they pass away it just turns black or whatever, I hope that, you know, you pray for them, that Jesus shows himself to them. And amen. Amen. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's keep going here. There is a new conspiracy afoot. People are saying that Blake Neff is actually Jared from Subway's cousin. Okay. So that's what people are saying now. I understand being compelled to think this. I'm just saying, this is not a doctored picture. So I understand exactly why people feel this way. But, you know, that has to stop, guys. You can't be saying that about Blake. Okay? You can't be saying that about Blake. The last thing I'm going to let you guys do, okay? As an Afro-American man, is talk about somebody who's all thick at the bottom. I won't let you talk down on anybody that's all thick at the bottom. It's part of our it's something that we talk about in the meetings, you know. We don't let people talk down on the thickness, ladies and gentlemen. Someone said my 3-year-old daughter passed away November 20th last year. I could have turned from the Lord, but I didn't. She died in my arms after I got back to other exes via CPR. She had, oh, you told us about this. I can't pronounce it. I'm going to say T9 Mosaic. It's not God's fault. That is beautiful. That is beautiful that you didn't turn away from God. That is a tough thing to do. I've heard people in my church tell stories like that. There was a guy in a church I used to go to where his daughter was, somebody took her life. And he was just preaching, him and his other daughter were just preaching about, like, just being rejoiced and where she would be now. And she's comforted. She was kind of like a Hayden situation. I mean, it was just crazy. And I remember when I first heard it, because I had been going to church just for a little while, and I was like, this guy's crazy. I'm like, this guy's insane. I'm like, I didn't know how else to I'm like, this guy's nuts. He's absolutely nuts. I'm like, he felt joy. I'm like, he's crazy. He was the first Erica Kirk. I was like, who the hell is this guy? What is wrong with this guy? But I get it now. I do get it now. I don't know that I could do this. I don't know if I could do that same thing that you're saying and what he said, but I understand now. I understand a lot now. And sorry for your loss. You've told us this before, so sorry for your loss. I don't know if this makes you feel. I don't think this will make you feel any better, quite honestly. Actually, this actually might. Now somebody posted that I said this, and I did, but I want to know who did it. That's the thing. I didn't do it. That's not me. I didn't do that. Okay? So people are like, oh, look, it's hilarious what Colin did. I'm asking questions, as we do. I'm just saying, who did this? Who did that? Right? I don't know who did that. I don't know how to work that dang fangled AI to do anything like this. I have no idea how to do that. That wasn't me. I was just showing people. Okay? I was just showing people. That's all that was. So yeah, I'm AI illiterate. I have no idea how that stuff works. But this is crazy. When I saw this side by side, I said, even the hair? I said, oh, come on. Are you serious? When I saw the hair, I went, oh, come on. This is crazy. And then I went and watched Terrell Ellsworth. Terrell Ellsworth. Terrell Ellsworth the third. Yes, quite. Oh, someone said hide your cats. When I watched the when I watched the official video, like the actual video, and I saw the hair, I said, no way. Everything's fake, man. Everything's fake. We're just on a show. We're on a show, man. We're just on a show. We have to be. You know? This is like Pixar. This is Pixar making a movie of our lives. That's what's happening right now. And they're like, put in a little Easter egg. Make Terrell look like Alf. And they're like, make Terrell look like Alf? And they're like, yes, it'll be great. And you're like, what? How? How does this happen? You know? Something's going on. And again, I want to know who did it. Yes, I posted it. But it was to raise awareness. That's all it was. That's all it was, guys. Also, President Trump is very seriously considering changing Lake Ontario to Lake America because he doesn't expect to be doing business with Ontario any longer. I mean, listen. He said he loves inflation. And he said if gas prices are higher, it's a good thing. And that's a little different than what he said before he got elected. I'll give you that. But there's some things that are pretty amazing. I mean, you're not getting this with another president. You're just not. This is the only time in history you're getting this with a president. Because this is going to stop. They're not doing this anymore. Presidents aren't doing this anymore. You know what I mean? So take it in. Take it in. While you have it. It's a gift. You're never going to see this again. This is not how not doing business with another country works. Well, we're not doing business with them anymore, so I think I'm going to take their lake. I'm going to take it. I'm not going to move it. I like where it is. It's a nice lake, perfect real estate. It stays where it stays. But it's mine now. I call it Lake America. Lake America, and we're going to put gallons of red, white, and blue dye all through the lake so they understand. Oh, yeah, Canada can't do anything. They have 3 helicopters. These guys have 3 helicopters and 4 AR-15s, okay? Okay? They don't have anything, these guys. I think they have 20 grenades, these guys. They're not going to do anything. We're taking your lake, okay? And you're lucky I don't come and take all of Ontario as well. If it wasn't for all those Indian people, I might take it. It's a lot of Indians. Indians love me. I love them, okay? They make a lot of my stuff. But you guys have a lot of them. All in one place, all in Ontario like that. From the bottom to the top. It's very weird. It's very weird. Very odd. I don't know what's going on there. They might take it. I don't know. If I don't call it Lake Ontario, they might call it Lake whatever they like. I don't know. Lake India. I don't like Lake India. I don't like the sound of that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm taking it. I'm taking it from you guys. You don't need it anymore. Nestle took all your water. A lot of people don't know this. Nestle paid bupkis, okay? And they won't do business with me, but they let Nestle take millions of gallons of their water, natural resource. But they won't do business with me. Okay. Okay, no problem. I take your lake, all right? It's true. You won't do business with Trump, but you'll let Nestle take millions of gallons of water for like pennies. They're like, yeah, sure. You want the water? Are you kidding me? There's signs up that say don't bathe in the water. Who are those signs for? I've seen them. I've seen them. I know what I'm talking about. If it's not Lake India, it'd be Lake China. And I don't want anything that close that's Lake China. Okay, that'll be a threat. So it's either I take it, I call it Lake America, or I go to war. And like I said, they have 20 grenades. I could probably fight their whole army by myself. I'm going to be honest with you. Three Diet Cokes and 4 hours of sleep. I'm telling you, I could probably take on their whole army. Okay, I'm not even kidding. Marco's laughing. Little Marco. Why are you laughing? You'll come with me, Marco. He's a good guy. He's going to be president. He's going to bend over for the Middle East just like I did. He's going to be a great president 2028. They rigged it. Why can't we rig it? I don't understand. Marco's going to be president. Anyway. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think that'd make you feel better. I'm just saying. And as just for everybody, we're going to get into that stuff in a second, but just for everybody that understands, you know, Iran is making threats against Baron Trump. So for all you guys that were having such a great time with your Lego videos, oh, you're on a list now. How about that? Now you're on a list. Oh, yeah. I knew not to play that Lego video. I was like, I don't care if Candace likes that Lego video. I'm not playing that Lego video. Absolutely not. Look what happens now. Oh, man. Now they're threatening Baron. They made a post that said where to kill. First off, to in this age to speak broken English while you're writing something is crazy. They just had a post that said where to kill Baron Trump. What? I said it like Trump. Where to kill Baron Trump. So now they're looking for him, and they're talking about all the places he's going to. You're on a list now. You had fun with your Lego videos. You're on a list now. Oh, that's it. You know? It's okay. And for those of you that think it's not real, they played it on their TV station. They have like a state-funded TV. One of their commercials was about offing Baron Trump. What? You're on a list now. Have fun with your Lego videos. I knew it. I know what to stay away from. I know exactly what to stay away from. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, and there's new information here, ladies and gentlemen. New information just dropped. Gary, in a war with Baron Coleman is taking this guy to task. I mean, after he said that Gary is cosplaying as a man, I mean, that hit Gary hard. It really did. Gary here says, I know you like to lie, but for the record, I'm 6'1". He had to address it. Where's the next post about not being from Kandahar? Where's the next one? Oh my gosh. For the record, I'm 6'1". Oh man. We'll see. Daisy free Gary. This guy's 6'1" in heels, stilettos. You need to put on those F me heels. You guys know, you guys, fellas, you know what I'm talking about. You gotta put on some heels like that. Be 6'1", you crazy? You have to reduce yourself to even lying about my height. Pretty hilarious. That's so that is so funny. Oh my gosh. That is so good. Well, there you have it, okay? So no more of this, okay? No more of that. And you know what I'm talking about. I don't have to explain. No more of that, okay? No more of whatever this is. Who did this? It's a little cute puppy that's screaming, I'm 5'4". I mean, you know. Let me see. Oh, Daisy, did I catch the end of the stream with Gary? I did. That was very interesting. He's mad. And honestly, no more of this either. I don't know who did this. This is ridiculous. Guys, no more of this. You can't be doing this stuff. No more of this. He's 6'1". He's tall. He's a tall man. He's taller than me. I'm 6 foot. He's taller than me. I don't know, though. It's like, I'm 6 foot with a shaved head, okay? Shaved head and my flat feet on the ground, okay? So, I know what you guys do when you have hair. I know what the hair population does. They go, oh, they brush it up and they're like, I don't know. I'm just put my height right here. Yeah. I know what games you guys play when you have hair. I know. See, look what he's doing right there. Look how high his hair is. That's a real picture, right? Oh, that's AI too? I didn't realize. Oh, man. Jeez. Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't know how it works. I have no idea how it works. So sorry about that. Anyways. Candace is off. What do you guys call her? The principal? The principal is gone. What do you think the class clown is going to do? The principal's gone. What do you think the class clown's going to be up to? Oh, man. And we'll end it with this before we jump into the other stuff. But, oh, and also we'll be talking about Gary. Gary addressed me, or somebody was asking about me in his spaces, and he did it again. He was like, no, I didn't. And then minutes later, he's like, well, yes, I did. It's like, this guy is literally Rick James now. It's getting ridiculous. But Sabby posted this. It's Hakeem Jeffries. And what took me out about this was the hat. I was like, politicians really think you are just brain dead stupid. They really do. JD Vance goes on Joe Rogan's podcast and he's like, oh man, I don't give a shit. Oh, my wife tells me I have to watch my language. I can't control it. I'm just a regular person that can't control my language. You know how it is, right? I'll drop F-bombs all the time. I'm a regular guy. Hey, did you go to Yale or not, buddy? What the hell are you talking about? They really think you're dumb. This guy threw on a New York Yankees cap, fitted. and thought that was the way he's going to appeal to black people. Do you know how crazy this is? This is crazier than if a politician showed up in blackface. If Gavin Newsom showed up in blackface and he was like, Mammy, oh, I'm just like one of you guys, Mammy. Oh, I love what I'm doing here, Mammy. Oh, I love destroying California. Oh, I'm a Crip, I'm a Blood, I'm a thug. I'm a Crip, I'm a Blood, I'm a thug. It would be less crazy. It'd be less crazy than what this guy's trying to do. Absolutely ridiculous. What are you doing? What is this, man? This stuff's insulting. What is this? It's just ridiculous. Putting on a fitted. That's like me trying to be like, yo, what's up, man? Like a bunch of black guys show up and I'm like, oh, yo, what's good, y'all? Ain't nothing. Y'all know how it go. Yo, like, you know, we just here, we out here. Yeah, dead ass, dog. Like, you'd be like, what is he doing? What are you doing? That's exactly what this is. That's the one impression I can't do, huh? A black guy? I can't do an East Coast black guy. Isn't that crazy? That's the one impression I can't get a hold of. It's the one I can't grab onto. Everything else I got, you know? Everything else. But when it comes to East Coast black guy, I just can't do it. Let's hear what he said. The reason he's making this video is because he took a meeting with Jared Kushner. Okay? And that's what Sabby was commenting on. She says, Ninja, you can F all the way off. You in the club, you took the meeting because you're a Zio Ranger just like him. This clown still taking APOC money, but doesn't want you to have Medicare for all. Sabby's pissed off.
Period of time, I shouldn't have to say it, but in Brooklyn. What's up, y'all? Just finished up an event here in the community in Brooklyn. And
he showed up to an event in Brooklyn dressed like that. He's lucky they didn't strip him naked. You know, they do that. Oh yeah, you go to the hood and you say the wrong thing, you wear the wrong stuff, they will strip you naked. You know how he must have had 4 security guards. He has 3 security guards around him as he's doing this, because they will strip you butt naked. I'm not. You think I'm kidding around? Ask someone from the hood. You ever seen a guy running butt naked away from a bunch of other guys holding his clothes? They'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen that many times, all the time.
I'm going to give you a little real talk on this Jared Kushner situation. He asked for a meeting, and I took it to discuss the affordability crisis that exists that is not a hoax. At the same period of time, I shouldn't have to say it, but I am. No one is going to get a pass. We're going to hold every single member of the Trump cartel accountable, beginning on day one. If you're stealing from the American people, sure.
This guy, you took a meeting with Jared Kushner, and now you're going to go after the Trump cartel. What? No, you're not. Jared runs the country. Okay? You're not doing anything. You took a meeting with Jared to talk about affordability. Yeah, right. You were like, I just want to know, how many bunkers are there in Albania? How many? Wow, there's 1,700. Can I get one of those bunkers, do you think? What do I have to do? No, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. No, Israel's the motherland. No, it's always been. That's always what it's been to me. Of course. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's how meetings go. When politicians meet up with Jared, that's how the conversations go. Yes, sir. Oh, no, of course. Yes, of course. On my knees? Oh, yes, of course. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have a very odd belt. I just never. Yes, sir. Of course. Of course. No, I'll get started right now. That's how those conversations go every single time. Are you kidding me? You guys don't even know. Jared is the one that brought the now president to the wall. He was like, kiss it. Kiss it. Do it now. And he was like, this is great real estate. I'll kiss it. Where do you want me to kiss it, Jared? I kiss it here? With tongue or without tongue? Okay, I'm gonna do tongue. You said without. I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay. Do I get more money that way? No. Okay. Whatever. I'm just saying. Got to know who Jared is. Guy took a meeting with Jared. Put on a New York fitted hat. Get out of here. Get out of here. This is ridiculous. Someone asked if I seen Walrus Rachel. I did see that. I was like, come on, man. She's catching too many strays, man. Like, she's an annoying lady, but like they're making her into. I actually felt, the way AI has come along, like this person who's making this video about Rachel, okay, Andrew's wife, and they're making her into a whale. And Erica Kirk comes along, and Erica Kirk says, if you don't do what you see Andrew doing now, then I'm going to release Rachel to one of her 3 previous owners. And that's like a reference to the baby daddies. And he's like, you wouldn't. And they're in love. When I saw that, I was like, oh no. I'm like, well, what other choices Andrew have? It actually tugged at my heartstrings. I was like, that's his lady. And Erica's threatening to release her back to her other 3 owners. I was like, that actually got to me. I couldn't watch the rest. I was like, man, that's a love story. I don't want to see anything happen like that. I was like, that's terrible. I was like, that's terrible. Andrew's a hero in that video. I would do the same thing. What? Are you kidding me? Come on, man. I told you guys how important wives are. I'm just saying, All right, let's get to the other stuff, guys. Let's get to it. That seems like Philly propaganda, to be honest, to rile DJT. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. A lot. Well, I won't say yeah, right. But people really got to get out of the mindset that, like, the people in that place, irony, the people in that place, the regular people who are just like working and worried about gas and worried about the same things everybody else. Yeah, they're normal. There is a group of people who do want to, they're not looking at you like you're the enemy, but they're looking at what America is and what it does around the world as something that is the enemy. And they do want that to stop. And they do make threats. And they do things. Like, terrorists are real, and they're not all just from there. And they're definitely Zio Rangers as well. I know of specific things that have happened in New York that got a bunch of Zio Rangers branded as a terrorist organization. I know 100%. One of them, I literally talked to one of them, and they told me about it. And I was like, that's crazy. And I think the guy can't go to America anymore. I'm pretty sure. I think he's banned from America because of some crazy thing that he did in New York, tear gassing people and stuff like that. It was crazy. So they exist. So people kind of get into this mode when they're against Trump. That's like, oh, all those things are fake. It's like, nah, there's still killers out there. There's a lot of killers out there. Like, there's fake stuff, definitely. But there's a lot of killers out there that are willing to do stuff. There's a lot still. I don't think like threatening the president's son. I think that's like a daily thing. I think that happens all the time. If it happens to Candace Owens and she had to put a guy in jail, like, how many times do you think it happens to that family? Candace Owens is covering a case and just trying to figure things out. Okay. And this wasn't even when she was covering a case. She was just talking about a religion. And they got together in a group chat, and one of them had to go to jail because of what he was saying he was going to do to her. I'm just saying, people get riled up. I mean, there was a video of people in a group chat talking about me. And I don't even mean when Gary was doing background checks. I mean, before this, they were talking about my gym and trying to figure out where I got food from, like a meal prep service. I don't know why. They're trying to figure out all sorts of things. They're trying to figure out my income. They were trying to figure out all sorts of stuff. It was crazy. They were like on a voice call together. I make jokes about nothing. Mints. And they were trying to figure that out about me. So I could only imagine how much it happens to the president's family. Coach literally shows us every day how easy it would be for them to replace Trump with a proxy. He speaks better than Trump speaks. Well, I mean, I think it is possible. I have to say, I do think that is a possibility. I really do, Someone said your gym. Yeah. They were trying to figure out. All sorts of stuff. It was a whole voice call. It was released on X, but a lot of people don't have X, and I didn't care to talk about the situation all that much. So, like, we didn't get deep into it. But let's get into the Candace stuff, ladies and gentlemen. That was my opening statement. I do quite the opening statement. That was 45 minutes. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, man. We were in the gospel a little bit. I mean, we were watching Gary do all sorts of weird stuff. I mean, we get wrapped up. But let's get into the Candace stuff, guys. Let's jump in. So, Candace had this to say. Let me flip over here. And for those of you guys that actually like that type of thing that I just did at the beginning, like, thank you guys so much. You guys are family. I love you guys. Honestly, someone said we pray for you. Oh, thank you, man. I do appreciate that. God's got me though, God's got me. Don't make me get into another verse. I get into Psalms 91 right now. You guys, oh man, don't get me amped up on Psalms 91, boy. Anyway, Candace had this to say. The Pentagon has been waging a PR war against me for investigating Charlie Kirk's offing. Totally normal stuff. And this was in reference to Mel posting this. According to Data Republican, she started working for the Department of War in July. And what do you know? Her first big thread after the 4th of July was a full-scale attack on Candace Owens over Erica Kirk, featuring that the NCRI report that claimed Candace was inciting violence against Erica, the one that was pumped by Andrew Colvett, is the Pentagon running a propaganda operation against American citizens on behalf of Erica Kirk or Turning Point USA. Very, very weird. And then she showed some screenshots here. And for those of you that are not on X, Data Republican is basically, I don't know, I would say she's like Elon Musk without the money kind of thing. Just in terms of, or maybe not, maybe like Whitney Webb. She's kind of like Whitney Webb. She does like this very, very big pieces, a lot of written stuff. It's very, very dense, a lot of the stuff she goes through. And out of nowhere, she started going at Candace. She even admits it here. We're going to be going into Barron. Barron covers this a little bit. We're going to be jumping into that. But she said, I began working as a special government employee for the Department of War in July to serve our country in a more hands-on way. My press credentials at the Pentagon expired in June, and I did not seek a renewal of those credentials. I didn't even know that. Wow, she had those credentials? Press credentials? That is very weird. Very, very weird. I currently am not a member of the Pentagon Press Corps and I no longer attend briefings or events as a journalist. Wow. I've always said this, but someone says she's always been a total fraud. Yeah, see, you guys, I'm telling you, you guys are the ones that see it. You guys see it first. A lot of people don't see it. I just thought she was just like, Whitney Webb, but instead of Fed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I always said that when it came to that whole thing, because a lot of mainstream outlets, they have this access to the Pentagon. And I always said, if I ever have that type of access, don't trust me anymore. That's over with. You don't trust me anymore. Don't tune in. We're done. If that happens with me, if I have those credentials and I'm in there, don't trust me anymore. How could you? How could you trust me? That's crazy. You're gonna get hoodwinked, obviously. I don't know. I didn't know this about her. That's what Jigsaw Loomer, that's exactly what Jigsaw Loomer has. She has those same credentials. It was some kind of big celebration. This is when I knew something was going on with the administration, because there was like some kind of celebration of the administration when they're like, we have kicked out ABC and NBC from the Pentagon, and we replaced it with, and it started naming like conservative outlets. And I was like, is that good? I don't think that's good. I think that's bad. But anyway, this was after This was after this was exposed of her. So she was just admitting it, which good for her. At least she was able to admit it. She says, I defer to Joel Valdez, Department of War, on all further questions. Oh, wow. You're a real Fed. Oh, that's a real Fed response. If you have any further questions about what I do for the DOW, you can refer to this person who works for their DOW account. Wow. Wow. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Cool. At least she admitted it. So Candace Owens definitely had a issue with that. Shout out to Mel for exposing that. Shout out to whoever else exposed it as well. I would have never known that. Would have never thought that. She's one of those people that you don't really particularly care about. And then when information comes and statistics and stuff like that, you kind of just take it for what it is. But now I know not to listen to her. But you can if you want. Someone said Dow Jones. Oh, wow. See, I love when you guys connect the dots. Someone said Dow Jones also makes sense. Wow. Oh, man, I like that theory. I love that theory. Someone said Lumpy Loomer. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. That's some name you got there. So we're going to jump into Barron talking about all these people. And then Glenn Greenwald also comments on what Data Republican has been doing. Then there's more from Mel. And then Sam Parker also. So let's just jump into what Barron had to say. The humble host on a warpath. Very much on a warpath. Like, Barron is ready to go. Barron is swinging right now, which I love. I love. Someone said the likes are pitiful. Siempre. Hit the likes. Miss Chris Viz. Please hit that like button, guys. If you like what's going on, please. Candace Owens, Time Person of the Year 2026. I mean, that's a big possibility. A big possibility. Especially since because they don't like the president. They really don't like the president. And the president used their magazine to make her the most vile person of the year. That could be a thing. That'll be wild if that happens, though. Anyway, Barron, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump in.
What do we make of this? We know Gary's become probably the most virulent supporter, perhaps, of TPUSA in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, even more than people that work there. He's become the most obnoxiously rude and nasty, well, until they employed Smoke Boy, the most obnoxiously rude and nasty, hate-filled, cussing, name-calling detractor of Candace Owens. That all began, exactly. We can trace it to the precise day that he interviewed Brian Harpole. Is this kayfabe? Is this whole, we fired Brian Harpole, is this just kayfabe? Is this fake? Is this not real? Is this whole releasing this message that...
Hold on, we're going to get to this. I want to just skim through this quickly because we have a whole segment on Gary just because he commented on me once again. So we'll get to her first, Data Republican, and then I think after that we'll jump over to Gary, and then we will prance over perhaps to Benny Johnson, who I heard a lot of people call Benny Likes Johnson, but I don't know how you guys would get access to his middle name at all. And Likes doesn't really sound like a legit middle name, so I don't know where that's coming from. I have no idea. Anyway,
subscription product. I would argue that Candace was doing quite well before Charlie Kirk died. She was a household name before Charlie Kirk died. So she revoked Erica's authority the only way she could, by making Erica untrustworthy. And then they pull together this long thread about how Candace Owens is actually a problem, and she is advocating, whether she knows it or not, for people to harm Erica Kirk. I disagree with that. I think she's been nothing but consistent on nobody should harm anybody. There's been enough harm in this case. Why would there be any more harm? But Data Republican goes through and highlights a report called Permission to Kill, how Candace Owens built a digital assassination campaign against Erica Kirk. Candace says this report is a Zionist conspiracy against her. The report is her own footage, her own audience, her own words on her own show. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the foundation of it, but the conclusion is a Zionist conspiracy against Candace Owens. Every stage of the permission structure is on camera. Nothing was taken out of context because nothing needs to be. The only question left is whether she stops before the audience finishes what she started. Oh, this is really bad. So this is July 6th. There's a report that comes out from some pro-Zionist organization, and they say Candace Owens is invoking violence. She's enraging her audience to violence. And it's highlighted by Data Republican. She gets...
Now, just to talk about that, because I see a bunch of you are like, what the F? Maybe because you don't know about this whole thing. I didn't realize she was saying things like this in her breakdown. I just knew as soon as I saw it, I was like, okay, this is like a slop breakdown. Because if she was linking it to that report that the NCRI did, I believe that's the acronym there. If she's linking it to that, there's no possible way for these people. And I talked about this because I did a whole video on this already about this report. There's no way that they're able to actually figure out what they were claiming, which was that when Candace makes an episode, threats on Erica go up. There's just no way to track this, because then you'd have to actually connect the people that are doing it to Candace Owens. You'd have to actually you'd have to know that they watched the episode and now they are going to Erica and saying these things. There's no way for them to really track that unless they're doing some real deep state type stuff. And they're like looking into this person and their watch history and everything like that. And they're doing that for thousands and thousands of people. But I don't think that organization has that authority to do anything like that. I don't really know what organization would. I guess the NSA, but they would never admit that, especially for a stupid report on Candace Owens. I don't think they would do that. So there's no way to prove this entire thing that they were bringing up. But now I realize they were using Data Republican to enforce it, because in the conservative sphere, if you don't know, she is looked at like a Whitney Webb. She is looked at like a solid source of information. She's looked at as someone who, if she is telling you that something is happening, then it is ironclad 100% on the nose. That's, it's crystal clear HD footage, right? Like that's what she's known as. So when she took that stuff and she started breaking it all down, there's many people in the conservative sphere, the Zio Rangers and their footstools, who said, okay, this is what's happening with Candace. This is what Candace is doing, 100%. Again, for some reason, the public needs to consent to all of this stuff about Candace. I don't understand why. I always link to some kind of occult thing, unseen thing that we don't really fully understand. I don't understand. But for some reason, the public needs to all be in agreement about this whole thing. Yeah, it's interesting because, I'm in like a Christian men's group. And one thing that happens when people want you to pray for someone, like something happens to like a family member, and they all say, can we all come into agreement together? Right? That's what they're saying when they want everybody to pray. And it seems like that's the same type of thing that they want. They want everyone to come in agreement together of what Candace Owens actually is and what she's doing. And it's weird. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Anyway, let's keep going.
It's immediately spun up and sent all over the internet. Well, because TPUSA can't go grab the report and say, look, that'll be too obvious. We got to put somebody between the report and us if you're TPUSA. So they grab Data Republican and they start shipping her tweets all over the place. See, even independent, fact-based people, numbers people, they believe Candace is doing these things. And I had no idea where this woman came from. So now we learn today that she is, in fact, a government employee, Data Republican. She's a government employee for the Department of War. Jessica Pounds, a.k.a. Data Republican, a Department of War employee, alleges that Undersecretary of State Sarah Rogers is attempting to entrap her by providing her with information to leak under the guise of offering a scoop. I'll tell you about this in a second, but the Pentagon has confirmed she serves at the Department of War as a special government employee. Oh, Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's back up a second. Because now in August, we're learning she's a Department of War employee. And this Department of War employee takes to her own personal Twitter account, does not disclose that she works for the Department of War, and launches an assault calling Candace Owens a digital assassin. Well, that seems odd. That seems like it should have been disclosed at the beginning. You guys remember Graham Allen, also a Department of War employee at one point. She previously worked at Doge. We are not doxing her here. This is where she doxed herself. This is Jessica Pounds, a.k.a. Data Republican. I've been doxed. Rather than let others control the narrative, I'm addressing this directly. My name is Jenica. Excuse me. I've been calling her Jessica. Jenica Pounds. I recently resigned.
That is some name. That is some name. You know? I'm just saying, you know. It sounds like something we would have opened up as kids. You know? Guys know what I'm talking about. You're in the forest for some reason. Somebody has stolen magazines from someone's stepdad or father or older brother. And now we're all opening it up. And we're like, oh my God, who is this? You know? I'm just saying.
From my job to pursue Doge adjacent efforts full time. While my background check is still in progress, my ultimate goal is to work with the administration to cut waste and improve efficiency. Oh, she was investigating NGOs, nonprofits. She popped back up this week in a public dispute with the Undersecretary of State for the United States of America, a woman named Sarah Rogers. These are my text messages and documents. The markings are FOIA redactions required even for voluntary disclosure. To prove this isn't a trap, I will happily disclose the documents myself. Here they are. I'll tell you right now, none of this makes any difference. The documents, the markings, none of this makes any difference. The only reason, in my opinion, this became a story is because it revealed that one of the chief assets used to attack Candace Owens was a Department of War employee. She went to work for the Department of War in July. On July 6th, she's immediately deployed. I
mean, look at the people getting involved. I don't know if you guys can read that. You know, the Undersecretary of State, Sarah B. Rogers. Like, she's getting involved in this X thread because it's revealing too much. That's nuts. That is nuts. That's a lot, man. You know, and then, you know, someone said Graham Allen even before, you know, Barron said Graham Allen. And it's like, yeah, Graham kind of said the same thing. Now, is Graham still working for them? I don't know. I always go to his X account that he has, which is a DOD account. And usually you'd see former or deactivated if he was no longer, you know, working for those people. And I don't see that. So my assumption when I see an active profile like that is like, oh, maybe he's still doing work, still contracting. I don't know. But it's very weird that we have some of that. The only person that hasn't really admitted it and just got caught working with Turning Point is Gary. You know, because out of all of them, if you looked at me and said Data Republican, Graham Allen, Gary, I would say Gary's the one that is some kind of employee. For sure. Because Data Republican was just like some person on X that was just like Whitney Webb. Okay. That's what my former view of her was. And then Graham Allen seemed like he was just a guy that was just slop. It's just conservative slop. It's just left, right, culture war nonsense. That's just what he is. You know, like that's what I look at. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Officer Tatum is some kind of employee for the government because it's just like what he does. It's what he's always done. He admittedly works for Turning Point. You can see him on their website. You can see him on their YouTube channel. Right. So I would point to Gary first, and I'd be wrong. You know, someone said Graham is trash. Well, I mean, you know, he's something. He's definitely something. Someone said Officer Hayden. I love a good pun. Let's go, Sarah. Thank you so much for that pun. Let's keep going.
On X as an asset to attack Candace Owens. to give legitimacy to some weird report that takes clips from Candace Owens' show and says, this is evidence that she's trying to get someone to harm Erica. Well, that's nonsense. The report was nonsense. The conclusion was nonsense. Data Republicans' interpretation of it was nonsense. I don't have the exact hire date, but the it's too close in proximity. Going to work for the Department of War in July, and on July 6th, you're out here assaulting Candace Owens? Sounds like a busy first week if you were already employed there, and I believe she may have been.
Why would you have, like, you know, Barron's trying to be nice, trying to be charitable, right? Also, you know, he's trying not to say, you know, too much there, but what is that? Why is that happening? Is it because, you know, and I've heard some people have this theory that there is like in the whole they, like Candace is a part of that club, the they. Some people speculate like female Freemason and like all these different things. I think it's called the Eastern Star or Eastern Dawn or something like that. The women's fraternity. Someone was just actually messaging me about that. They said I can get information from them because their family's involved in it. But you know, some people speculate that and they think there's like this infighting and that's why she's so important. And maybe that's why these weird attacks are happening. But obviously, it's because of Charlie. It's because of the Charlie Kirk case. I mean, what else could it be for that you would do that? And you're applying it directly. It'd be different if she was just like, Candace is dishonest and this person is just not to be trusted. And it just had nothing to do with any turning point person or any case. It just had nothing to do with that whatsoever. That would be different. You could look at it and be like, oh, well, maybe this is just their opinion. But it's like you veered right towards Erica Kirk. Like so obviously. Just like Graham did. So obviously. Just like Officer Tatum did. So obviously. Just like Andrew Wilson did. So obviously. At least Gary has got enough sense now to like go after like Barron. He doesn't focus on Erica so much. He just like goes after Barron, you know, like that's the, at least he had, I guess he's messed up so many times. He's like the OG of like that whole, everyone I just named. He's like the OG. He's like, nah, I got caught on my podcast one time and just never again. I'm just gonna, you know, he got set straight basically. So I don't know, but what else could it be for? I mean, nothing else makes sense. Someone, Zamet, the famous Zamet, says Candace Owens is the voice of the whistleblowers. Central. They can't stop this democratic flow. She is the voice. You know, I don't know if it's the voice for the whistleblowers. Well, I mean, you know, there's people who, you know, hold her in confidence and are willing to say things to her. But man, I think it's more she's the voice of the left and the right. She's the voice of the disillusioned. She is someone who was on the left, then on the right, and then realized, okay, this is all just bad. You know, all of this doesn't make any sense. And that's where a lot of people are right now. I mean, I don't know how you could be a Trumper or MAGA or whatever, and then hear him talk about gas prices being high and then being like, you know, all that means is that we're winning the war and we're fighting and it's a good thing when you see higher gas prices. I don't know how you hear that. And then you hear him say, I love inflation and I want it to go higher. I don't know how you hear him say that and you go, this is really good. This is really good. Tim Dillon actually did a great piece on it. A great piece where he was like, you know, he's everybody thought he was the one that was going to not F people over. He was exposing the fact that people are getting F'd over. And he was like, and I'm going to stop it. And then Tim's like, and then what he did instead was he F'd people over in unimaginable ways. He's like, just ways that people just didn't even see coming. I don't know. I think he's right. I might pull that clip up later.
Well, we got the idea she might be a government employee when she said this on X in her spat with the Undersecretary of State, Marco Rubio's Undersecretary of State, by the way. This is an invariant. If I had done as you requested, I would be a criminal right now. It's one thing to try and fire me. It's another to rob my children of their mother. Huh? Fired? I remember reading that and thinking, fired from where? Where were you working that this strange story about leaked documents? And just to back up a little bit, here's what was happening. The Undersecretary of State, for some reason, took documents that were fully, I believe, acceptable for release, because she eventually released them herself. And instead of just putting them on X or putting them on the government website or, getting them out somehow, she goes to a Department of War employee, Jenica Pounds. A weird name, Jenica. I've never heard that before. But she goes to this Pounds lady and says, here, you leak them. You get credit for leaking them. You look like you have good sources. Well, no one knew she was a government employee. No one knew she was a government employee. So is this how the administration operates? The Trump administration, the Secretary of State's office takes documents and gives them to somebody at the Department of War to leak out on their personal X account? This is how we do business in this country? When we want to get information out, that's how we do it? Well, it kind of reminds me of what TPUSA does. When they want to get information out, they don't just release it themselves. They give it to Gary to put up on screen. They give it to House and Habit, some sort of home improvement blogger to put up on a screen. They give it to Smoke Boy to put up on a screen. That way they've got a person between them and the information. They get to distance themselves. If it turns out to collapse and the narrative falls apart and it's a fake document, they can say, it wasn't us. I don't know why they put it up. No idea what they were doing or where they got it. They must have made it themselves. I don't know. It puts a layer of protection. You're using a cutout between the information as we have it and the information as the public receives it. So this obviously how the government operates is also how TPUSA operates. Same way.
Listen, I love a nice defense filing read from Barron. I love it. It's nice, it breaks it down. I don't know what's going on. He tells us to read it from the conclusion and up and, all that stuff. But I love this stuff even more. I love it. I love it so much. It's so good. It's so good. I love when someone gets nosy. Barron's getting nosy right now. He's getting, someone said they're protecting her because she's supposed to be vice president in 2028. Yeah, it does seem like that's what's being positioned. Honestly, it really does. Someone said, bless you, my friend, in Jesus' name. Thank you so much, man. Zamet once again. Zamet. Lawyer Viva Fry on Brett Weinstein debate with Jimmy Dore said Candace evil. That's a legal term? Yeah, I saw Viva doing that whole thing. I thought that was pretty, I don't know. I thought that was silly. I think the whole thing, I don't know. You guys know how I feel about debates. I was just like, I don't like, especially with Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore, you don't want to debate with. It's not like he's like this expert debater or anything, but when he has something to say, oh boy, if you give him 8 minutes to talk, he is going to use that 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Of course. So I didn't see how the whole thing went, but man, oh man, he's the wrong guy. If you want to go have a back and forth with, he will rant. Man, like Coach, dude, you seen the picture of Tatum and his missus looking all sassy on X. Tag me in that. Tag me in that picture. That's a wild picture. I'll show everybody that picture. It's, somebody, I think it was Milo, said he was closeted. I mean, this picture does not help at all. Someone said plausible deniability. That's exactly what it is that they're operating with there. Let me see how much longer this part about the Jenica. Jenica is the name. That's actually a very pretty name. It's actually a very nice name, Jenica. Yeah, we'll switch over to Glenn Greenwald for a second. Glenn Greenwald actually said after she outed herself as a government employee, well, actually after this gentleman, Constantine, after he outed her, and I guess after AF Post outed her, wow. Jeez, this is a whole thing. You guys see why I thought she was blind, right? I thought she was blind. I see glasses like that indoors. I was like, oh, she's blind. I didn't think that was the craziest thing ever. I saw that pic and I was like, oh, there's a blind person. So sorry I got it wrong. And then she gets involved. Just to be clear, you want me to leak the material you gave me unredacted? Happy to help your efforts. Already contains all necessary redactions. If you'd rather report on already open source, that's fine too. But I wanted to give you the option of the breaking. Wow, so that's what's happening all day. That is what I didn't, oh man, this is what's happening all day. Oh man. If you think all the people that we talk about as Fedsloppers aren't getting messages like this, you're crazy. You're crazy. They have to be. It's just her. It's just Jenica. It's never Jigsaw. It's never Kandahar. It's never Pentagram. It's never any of those people ever at all. Are you sure? I would be surprised. I'd be shocked. Yeah, someone says she's not blind. No, I would be shocked if it was only her. That was the only person. You know, that's nuts. Anyway, let's jump back over. Actually, no, I have to go to Glenn Greenwald. Sorry. I want to just play with Glenn Green, or at least show you what he said. If you don't know Glenn Greenwald, he was somebody who actually, funny enough, he got caught in some very weird stuff. There was a video of him doing some very weird stuff, which I would never show on the show. And he just came out and admitted that he was doing some weird stuff. It was kind of like some Dom stuff. It was like a Dom type of situation. It was weird. But it was days after he was on Tucker Carlson's show. A lot of things happened after Tucker Carlson's show. Thomas Massey goes on Tucker Carlson's show, says a bunch of stuff. 3 days later, his wife dies. Glenn Greenwald goes on, says a bunch of stuff about Zio Rangers and whatnot in that place in the Middle East. Glenn Greenwald goes and says a bunch of stuff about the greatest ally and whatnot. And then days later, that video is released of him. So it's pretty crazy. But and someone said Glenn Greenwald is living Benny Johnson's dream. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I know what you mean. But with respect, he says, with respect, if you're working for the USG as a employee of the Department of War, while constantly posting and opining about administration policies in a favorable way, don't you think that compels disclosure to avoid the false appearance that you're an independent analyst? I wonder if she answered this. She didn't, huh? See, guys like Glenn are why she was like, you can direct all information to this person, please. Any questions you have, please direct it over here. Yeah, she's not. Maybe she answered in the quotes. No, she didn't. Dang. And that's the thing, now people know what she looks like, but, you're just like faceless, because that's like her profile picture. That's what she usually goes by. That's like her avatar online. And man, yeah, no, she didn't answer. And he's right. He's 100% right. Oh, did she answer? Let me see. Is it down here? No, it's not. Yeah, she didn't answer. Someone says, I keep hearing I'm a Crip, I'm a Blood, I'm a Thug. That's not me. That's Hakeem Jeffries. You didn't know that? Yeah, that's all him. So Glenn had that to say. There was more from Mel. Mel's like, so Data Republican, who already brings in like $28,000 a month in X subscriptions, plus whatever she gets paid in ad share, is also bringing home a government paycheck via the Department of War. The Department of War is paying influencers a literal gov salary. Unbelievable. That's crazy. And, I don't really care. If people do this to Candace all the time, they always talk about how much they're making and whatnot. People try to do that to Barron. I don't care. I don't care what she's making. Like, I get it. Like, what the important thing is that she is saying things and she's being paid to say them. I don't care how much she makes, just from her online persona, whatever. Someone says selling your soul pays. Laney says selling your soul pays well. Yeah, it does. It does. And that's the thing. It does. It's you giving into the material world completely. And they say that Satan is the ruler of that material world. So yeah, it pays well, because in the end, there's something eternal that you have to give up. And if you can be convinced that this right now is all there is, and that when you pass on, everything just turns black and there was nothing special to you at all, there was no divine part of you at all that exists, that will continue to exist afterwards. If you can trick people into thinking that's not real, yeah, people are going to take that money. They're going to take that money. They're going to take that money if they're an actor and they're trying to figure out how they're going to make it in the acting world and there's nothing they can do and they're sleeping in their car and it's like, yeah, okay, I'll do the thing in that room and then I get the money and yeah, whatever. If the government has a thing that they need me to say and at a certain time and yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm in. Music artists go through this. People go through this. They try to make they try to make money seem like the most important thing. Material to be the most important thing. And again, it's only because they eliminate the idea that there is anything divine to you. They eliminate the idea that there is any unseen forces, good and evil, that are at work right now. They try to make it seem like there is no heaven. This is the heaven. Because when it comes to Satan, once again, the enemy, this is heaven for those demons, for those evil entities. This is it. This is as far as they go. And they just want you to have to go through the exact same thing. So yeah, selling your soul pays well. It has to. How else will they pull people in? Someone said time to go watch. You can watch it if you want. It's weird. It's a weird video. Come back, tell us how you feel after. You're not gonna feel good, I'm telling you. You're not gonna feel good. But and then Sam Parker had this to say, and I thought this was great. This was great. Someone said we got to get you a soundboard. Yeah, I know. I really do got to do it. I just got another laptop. I'm working on things, I just need time, but I don't want to take days off, and then if I do, I want to be with my family, Anyway, Sam Parker had this to say: just FYI, if Andrew Colvett and Turning Point USA are collaborating with Data Republican and the Department of War, the DOW is the one driving that bus, which basically means Turning Point USA is now actually a military operation. And his screenshot is Andrew Colvett sharing Data Republican stuff here. Wow, thank you, Data Republican, for doing this. This thread exposes how Candace and her ilk created the requisite permission structure. That's not something Andrew knows on his own. That's not a thing he knows on his own. For some lunatic to try and do something. Note, Charlie himself promoted the NCRI report where the permission structure for offing people culture came from. I love how they just wrap that up, and then they summon Charlie's ghost right at the end, like, hey, just so you know, Charlie actually supported this company. Oh, man, that is sad. But, what Sam Parker is actually suggesting here makes a lot of sense. I mean, again, I think a lot of you know about Paul E. Vallely, okay, and Michael Aquino, and one guy was a part of the Church of Set. He was the founder of the Church of Set. He was a former high-ranking person in the Church of Satan, right? And then you have Paul E. Vallely, and together they came together and wrote this book, Mind War, because they were like the godfathers, the masterminds of psychological operations. But I don't think a lot of people actually have read that book or at least gotten a breakdown of what's in that book. If you look at what was done with the information that they had while they were serving and in that book, you will see that Turning Point does a lot of it. Now, is that to say it's a military operation? No, but I am saying that those guys were in psychological operations, and a lot of what they were getting done around the world is stuff that you see Turning Point doing. The biggest thing that I could point to, and the most blatant, is big political stunts. So when Charlie would get under the tent and do all that stuff, that's a big political stunt. That is in and of itself a psyop, and that is done on both sides, right? You see it a lot with the whole protest against Elon, when Elon was doing the whole Doge effort. All of these congressmen and senators got together and they were protesting. They're like, oh, this is what's going to happen if he keeps doing this and he's shutting this down. They do it in the form of protest. Charlie would do it in the form of gathering people up, and it did good things, but it is a psychological stunt for people. It makes people think that something absolutely tremendous is happening in front of them. Something really important's happening in front of them. That's why there's all these people gathering. Which is true in Charlie's case, right? There was something really, I think, cool happening with the way he would talk to these young people and let these young people be heard, even if they sounded like morons with what they were saying. I think there was something special happening, but again, it's just one of those stunts. And if you look in that book, you'll see a lot of what the left and the right does in that book. And I think a lot of people just don't partake. But I've gotten breakdowns of that book. I've read online versions. I don't have a physical copy. I don't want to order a physical copy, but yeah, it's something. It's something, man. It's really something. Anyways. I just see one thing from Laney in the chat, and it just says Frank is gay. All right. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But yeah, when he has that idea that it's like a military op, maybe not a military op, but definitely, I've said it before. It seems like an extension of the administration in the way that MSNBC was an extension of the previous administration. And it's partially because, Turning Point, Charlie Kirk supports conservatives, and he was never in the game of, supporting Democrats or trying to get Democrats elected. He was in the frame of saving America and doing that through conservative values, and the people that held those values were Republicans. So it makes sense for Turning Point to be aligned with a Republican administration. It does. But again, it's like, when does it go from you're just supporting people with similar values to the point where you're executing things that they can't be seen executing, right? It's like Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow, safe and effective. Like, she didn't have to do that. Who did she do that for? Who were the people saying that first? Well, it was the administration at the time saying that first. That's what was going on. She parroted that. Why did she do that? Did she apologize? No. Anyway. Timu David Blaine. Let's keep going here. Let's go back to Barron for a little bit. Just quick.
But now we learn she works for the Department of War. She admits it herself. This isn't just me making it up. I'll put this up here. I began working as a special government employee for the Department of War in July to serve the country in a more hands-on way. My press credentials at the Pentagon expired in June, and I did not seek a renewal of those credentials. I currently am not a member of the Pentagon Press Corps and no longer attend briefings or events as a journalist. I began working as a special government employee for the Department of War in July. I also began attacking Candace Owens as a digital assassin in July. Do you see the connection? Do you see the problem that raises in my mind when you have government assets, actual government employees, special government employees attacking Candace Owens and calling her a digital assassin, and then being used by TPUSA and all their influencers to retweet and quote tweet and spread this idea that all this neutral third party that no one's really ever heard of, she's just a numbers gal. She just was a numbers gal, and she just happened upon this report, and oh man, she draws the same conclusion. Guys, it looks to me like the Department of War is attacking Candace Owens. I apologize for noticing. I apologize for picking up what they're putting down. It's a cush gig if you can get it. According to Mel, the Village Crazy Lady, when she examined her subscription fee and number of subscriptions she has on X, concludes she's already bringing in about $28,000 per month in X subscriptions. And a government employee. And I can't imagine they're paying her peanuts, right? So it's a cush gig if you can get it, but I want to go back in time because I want to flash back to a Candace Owens show where the United States military might have been involved in something. I'm not sure, because right now we have a Department of War employee attacking Candace Owens under her personal X account, however that works. Everywhere I've ever worked, they have social media policies, and they're like, you can't say anything controversial on social media, which is why for several years I was like a dud on social media because I was working for a company that had that policy. I was like flamboyant on social media and attacking and having fun and picking fights. And then for like 4 or 5 years, I go completely silent. And I just putting up pictures of my dog. And then I get out of that employment and back to social media having fun again.
Ah, so that's what's going on with Barron. He's getting warmed up again. I didn't realize that's what happened. Okay. Because I was gonna say I wouldn't use the word flamboyant. You know, we're a very immature outfit here. So you use the word flamboyant, we're all gonna come for you. You got to understand that. But I do see it coming out more and more now with Barron. He's not playing around anymore. He's like, I guess he just remembers. He's like, can I say this? He's like, oh yeah, I work for myself now. I can say whatever I want to Gary. I saw him calling Gary a little guy. I was like, what's going on here? You know, Daisy's going in on Barron. They're bullies. They're bullies on X. You know that? They are. Go check them out on X. If you're not on X, give it a gander. Barron's a bully on there. He's pushing around Gary. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. What else we got here?
Most employees have this policy. I would hope the Department of War would have this policy. Speaking of the Department of War, what about other military offices getting involved in the TPUSA shenaniganry?
Apparently, the White House military office sent out communications shortly after our alleged shooting, right? I feel like Austin Powers, the shooting, you know, the one that took place at the press correspondence dinner.
Okay, I don't want to take too much time. We all remember that. Why so sad? We all remember that, you know. We all remember that. We're going to get into Gary now. Hey, Coach, my son Lucas, his 11th birthday. Can you give him a shout out? He's always laughing at your jokes in the back seat of my car. And I think it would make his day. Thank you so much. Mama Llama, Lucas. Happy 11th birthday, Lucas. Good for you. 11 years old. Look at you. In my time, you'd have a job by now. Okay? And you wouldn't be sitting in the back seat. You'd be sitting in the front seat with no seatbelt on. In my day, that's how things went. I hope you're having a great day, sir. And I hope you're not giving your mom too much trouble. But obviously, you're going to give her some trouble. And she has to deal with that, you know? That's just the way it goes. It's fine. But good for you. Good for you. You're doing great. You're doing great. I was terrible at 11, so my mom definitely wasn't asking for birthday shout-outs. She was just asking why I wasn't at school. So you're doing a lot better than I was. Good for you, man. Keep on going. Coach, look up Crip Walk music. That's Hakeem Jeffries. Crip Walk to Irish music? That sounds crazy. Coach, thank you for the multiple for multiplying the truth. Pentagon computers overheating. I hope not. I hope I'm not on any kind of list. I think I've been on a list for a while though, like way before I started this channel. You know, I think it's been a long time on this list. But let's move on. We have him talking about Gary once again. I have in that X space that I'm talking about here that I'll be showing you guys. This is Gary. He talks about me a little bit. And then he just starts threatening the person that's asking the question. I think it's that Uncle Tom dude. He just kind of starts threatening. It's very weird. It's getting very weird with him. Very, very weird. Let's jump in here. Let's see what he has to say about Gary so far. Let's jump in.
Let's go to Gare Bear. Let's go to Gare Bear. Gary was convinced initially that there must have been body armor because without body armor, you can't explain the fact that a 30-06 didn't go through and through. Here's a tweet from September 13th. If there's no body armor, there's a lot more that needs to be explained. No exit wound. Shirt being pulled vertically. I'm good with being wrong as long as you can explain those unknowns. Well, Gare Bear, there has been no explanation. The laws of physics remain the same. The shirt did the exact same thing. There's still no exit wound. I didn't leave the Republican Party. The Republican Party left me. I didn't leave Gary's position. Gary's position left me. Gary and I were one and the same. He was pulling also massive numbers at the time. Gary's show was must-see podcasting every single night. Every time he went live, I got a notification and immediately jumped on. What about on September 16th? September 16th. They're talking about the coverage. I will scroll up here and show you a little bit. I don't want to scroll all the way up because this is kind of a long thread here. Cheers, Gary. Been enjoying your coverage on the topic. Good stuff. I made that panoramic to show just how completely visible that position was to practically everyone. Very fishy performance by UVU police and private security contractors. Can't all just be bad luck. Well, we know now Gare Bear is in full cover for all of the people. Everybody did everything perfectly. So what did he have to say? Yeah, thanks. The more you look, the stranger it gets. For some of it, I don't know what to think. That's September 16th. The more you look, the stranger it gets. I agree. The more I look at this case, the stranger it gets. September 20th. Go back to X. They're talking about the about whether it could have been a subsonic round. Here is Gary's response. Seems unlikely to say the least. I need a better explanation than strong bones. That was in the aftermath of Andrew Colvet's Superman neck tweet. I need more explanation than strong bones. What about on September? What date was this? This is October 2 with
Laney, if you're here at all, can you at all figure out for this person when we did the prayer for Gary? They want to show their small group at church. If you're here, Laney, if you're here at all, let us know what episode that was. I don't remember myself. I don't think it was last week. I think it was the week before. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, definitely look into that. I know it was called for this person. It was called something along the lines of Candace Owens gave me information, something like that. Candace Owens gave me a warning, something along those lines. That's what it was called. I'm not sure which episode number it was though. So you can check that if you're looking for that. Yeah, and show your church and tell your church that when I did it, I did not want to do it at all. And I got a sign from Barron himself, where Barron was like, he prayed for someone that hated him. And then I woke up the next morning and my Bible app said, be compassionate like your father is compassionate. And I realized that I'd have to do it. And even after I was done talking about everything he was doing, I didn't want to do it. I was very upset that I felt like I had to do it. I did it anyway. And as I was doing, and I didn't tell anybody this as it was happening, but there was a strong, strong pain in my heart, like right in my chest. Really strong pain came about as I was doing it. But I did it anyway. So just to let you know there. So there's things you're not going to want to do when you're following Christ, and that's part of it. Right? You don't want the persecution and everything. You don't want all that stuff, but it comes along with it. So just a little interruption there. Let's keep going.
Kyle Seraphin. October 2 with Kyle Seraphin. I'm going to speed the sound up on this because they both talk too slowly to be intelligible at their normal speed. And I will play this for you here. Let's hear from Gare Bear himself.
It's like Inception and the movie that when they talk about it. But if you hear things enough times, you believe that it has validity because you've heard it enough times. And in the case of the stuff with the disassembly, I think that's exactly what happened. People just worked it into the story, but it's unclear if that was ever officially stated in a press conference.
It was, as a matter of fact. Governor Cox from Utah stated that the rifle was disassembled. I think he was just wrong. But it did work its way into the narrative, and it is incorrect.
Love for someone to tag me on that if you find it, by the way, because I'd like to be able to check it out.
Another two great examples of that is it's been repeated a billion times that there was no autopsy. That's incorrect.
Yeah.
And then,
and I agree with Gary there that I do believe that there was an autopsy, at least that we have an autopsy report and we're told there was an autopsy. We've not yet seen it. So obviously I remain subject to the reporting.
when we heard a secondhand statement from, I believe it was Andrew Covelt, what the surgeon said, that information was being passed around as, oh, the autopsy said. Well, no, this was a secondhand statement that apparently the surgeon that worked on Charlie said.
Yeah,
kind
in the
of-
middle of a fundraising post. This is the other thing. Like, also consider motive, consider like why people are doing what they're doing. I mean, Turning Point immediately went to raising money on this, which I also found very distasteful, if I'm being totally honest about it. I did not.
Did you notice Gare Bear shake his head there? I'll go back in case you missed it. Watch Gare Bear. Don't watch Kyle Seraphin. Watch Gare Bear talking about how distasteful TPUSA was. Keep in mind, this is early October.
A fundraising post. This is the other thing. Like, also consider motive, consider like why people are doing what they're doing. I mean, Turning Point immediately went to raising money on this, which I also found very distasteful, if I'm being totally honest about it. I did not like any.
Yeah, and so I agree again with Gary back there. I didn't leave Gary. Gary left me. I didn't leave Gary. Gary left me.
That's so interesting. I didn't know. I've seen this guy on X. The guy that's sitting next to Gary. I've seen him on X before, and I noticed that he also flipped. And I guess this is proof of that as they're both talking, because he doesn't say anything like this anymore. Not at all. In fact, it's gotten to the point of, calling people morons and this and that, all sorts of stuff. But also, I did notice one time, and I told you guys about this. It was very brief when I mentioned it, but I noticed that he said something, this Kyle gentleman, recently. This maybe happened 2 weeks ago. He said something that could possibly be favorable towards Candace, or at least towards the side that believes that, there is some called alternative narrative to be considered. And Gary commented on him and said, you can go on the crazy train if you want, and just kind of laid into him a little bit. And then his next 3 posts, I watch people very closely. I'm very nosy. So his next 3 posts were all things that were very much like against Candace and against that type of thinking. And I was like, I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, Gary got him in line like that? I'm like, why is that? But I guess this is why. I never knew they were like making content together and things like that. Very interesting.
Still find it distasteful.
Any of that. I don't think you need to do that. Maybe that's what Charlie would have wanted. What the hell do I know? But
Kyle is an ex-bureau agent? Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. That's nuts. That is nuts. Wow. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Is that all it isn't that interesting? That's all it is on the conservative side of things. How did I not notice it before? Officer, ex-bureau, ex-agency, ex-military, like that's like most of the commentators are that, Not to say that the left's like dramatically better, but you don't notice that type of thing where it's a bunch of military people and ex, agents and whatnot. Even on like what's considered like further right, it's like you got Myron, who's like Homeland Security. If you listen to Alex talk on Joe Rogan, he talks about his dad being friends with Wernher von Braun and all different things like that. And it's like, that's weird. That's really weird. On the left, it's just a bunch of weirdos, like Joy Reid. What the hell is Joy Reid? I don't know what the hell that is. Don Lemon. He's just, he's a fiddle player, right? He's just that guy. Anderson Cooper is a Vanderbilt, but I mean, you don't see as much of that. They're just weirdos on the left. I notice, like Kyle Kalinske. What's Kyle Kalinske? He's frosted tips, like he's a Backstreet Boy or something, and that's it, right? I don't know. Very odd. Very odd.
I think it's kind of gross that the first thing they were doing was sending out text messages and fundraising. And they were also out there promoting this like he was a superhuman made of steel, just like Superman. Like, that's so gross, man. To me,
I agree.
I agree, Gare Bear. I miss rational Gary. I miss Gary. I miss this Gary. Gary 1.0. That's Gary 2.0. He's brash. He's mean. He just calls people names. Like if you look up cuss words.
I don't know who that person was. I don't remember their name at all. But that's the episode. It's episode 118. The timestamp is at 138. 138, 28 seconds. I should write that down myself. But yeah, definitely didn't want to do it. And you can show that. You can show that and this to your group there. And hopefully they get insight from it.
On Gary's X timeline, you saw almost none before the last few months. And then he's just gone psycho with the cuss words. calling everybody names who disagrees with him. I miss this Gary. He was lovable. He was light. He was fun. He was engaging. This is the Gary I feel like really exists somewhere. Not sure where it is these days, but it was somewhere.
Like, if I got shot doing what I do, and I think there's a very, very low probability of that being the case, but like, I don't think my wife would be talking to anybody. I think she would just take care of my babies and raise them. And hopefully someone would come in and help them. My parents would step up, and that would be it. It's like, all that response, people were in the funeral, they did the pyrotechnics. Maybe that's their jam, but man, that turned me off in a big way too. Maybe I'm just too old for that stuff, but I thought it was gross.
Well, I'm going to give some of them a little bit of a pass on that because number one, there's not a playbook for that. The other thing too, if you look at Andrew Colvelt and
Andrew Colvelt, ladies and gentlemen, that's who he was talking about. Andrew Colvelt. Well, now he knows Andrew Colvelt's name really well. He knows him so well, he gets texts while he's on air from Andrew Colvelt of supposed alibis. So
in that is the connection. I don't know if Barron makes this connection. I'm watching this blind. I didn't get a chance to watch this morning. I've been going into like listening to priests and prayer and all sorts of stuff in the morning now. But I don't know if he makes this connection, but the same way that Andrew was giving Gary that information, and Gary, of course, messed it up and he showed it, on air, and he wasn't supposed to do that, is the exact same way that data Republican was receiving information from whoever she was receiving information from. I'm not even sure who she was getting that info from, but it's the exact same thing. Very weird. Very, very weird. Where's that picture? Where is it? I want to see this. I can't even find it now. But yeah, it was the exact same way. So I wonder, like, what's going on there? There it is. Let me see. It's the exact same way. Just to be clear, you want me to leak this information? Like, that's what Gary was told to do, or he wanted to do. I don't know. But either way, they were having a conversation of, hey, here's the alibi, and if you look here, you'll see a picture of two kids. Erica's putting her finger over the kids because she doesn't want you to see her kids. And this is what you can tell people. And Gary was like, okay. And he showed it because underneath it said, don't show this on air. And he did anyway. And it was a wonderful moment for everyone. Okay. A heart-dropping moment for Gary, for sure. For sure. Started sweating a little bit, for sure. I've been in situations like this on podcasts where something's happening that you didn't expect to happen. And, the heart rate goes up. The heat goes up. The thermogenics kick in quite a bit. So it was rough for him, but still. It's the same type of thing. I wonder. Yeah. Yeah, and then you have Sam Parker talking about how it seems like some kind of op. It's like maybe it's not an op, but it's definitely working with people who are willing to run ops. Right? Undeniably. Like, I mean, Turning Point doesn't work with the DOW or anything like that, but they do have strong ties to the administration in general. So, like, how much are they willing to do? I don't know. But, at the same time, as we talk about this, it's like, was Charlie not willing to do this stuff as well? It's not like this is a very new thing. Charlie was in the White House. Hey, let's talk about war. Let's talk about what we should do, what we shouldn't do. Right? He was there as well. So it's not the craziest thing to actually say that. Like the video. Yes, please like that video. Helps tremendously. Let's jump back over to Barron. Barron just very, very much missing Gary. I didn't realize that's where this anger comes from. You know why? Because he got hoodwinked. Barron got hoodwinked. When you get hoodwinked, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good when you get hoodwinked. I never had that with Gary. I noticed Gary at the time where we were talking about the footage and how people moved Charlie too soon and them not having blood on their hands. And I remember I pointed out, I'm like, no, Brian, none of these guys have blood on their hands. And then he showed one image of a guy that had blood on his hands. And he was real disrespectful. And I was like, don't disrespect me like that. Like, don't do that. I'm not doing anything like that to you. It was a really weird thing. And then he's like, hey, maybe we can make some content together. Didn't realize. And I was like, what do you think I am? I wonder. He's like doing this like research on me and stuff. Maybe he thinks I'm like military, Maybe he thinks I'm military in another country. I don't know. Maybe he thinks I'm some kind of agent. Maybe he thinks I'm Jason Bourne. Does Gary think I'm Jason Bourne? He thinks something. He thinks something weird about me. I don't know what, though. Anyway. Or maybe he likes me. I don't know. Maybe
Apparently
he likes me. But I will say I'm a top, Gary. I'm a top. If I'm anything, okay, I'm straight. But if I'm anything, I'm a top, okay? I'm just putting it out there, just so you understand, right? Yeah, he thought I was a real estate coach. All sorts of weird things. Very, very weird things.
Had a real change of heart. Well, that was October. What happened in November? What happened in November? In November, we get this interview. We get this interview with Brian Harpole, lead security contractor for Charlie Kirk. We get that interview on November 16th. November 16th. And on November 17th, the very following day, we see a brand new Gare Bear emerge from his hole, from hibernation, perhaps. Hibernation. Details don't matter. They muck up this fun, choose your own adventure, murder mystery, lifetime drama that Charlie's assassination has been turned into. She's destroying TPUSA and Charlie's legacy under the guise of justice for Charlie. Who is she? Well, that's Candace Owens. His first tweet that we could find about Candace Owens. Do you know how many times he tweeted about Candace Owens in the first 30 days after that interview with Brian Harpole? Keep in mind, that was the first negative tweet we could find about Candace Owens from Gare Bear. You want to see the Fedslopper flip-flop? You want to see it in real time? You want to see something equivalent to Norma McCorvey walking out of the abortion clinic where she was the receptionist and becoming an abortion opponent and the leading voice of the anti-abortion movement, only to be revealed later she was bought off? Having never tweeted a negative tweet about Candace Owens prior to that interview with Brian Harpole, in the following 30 days, he tweets 234 times about Candace Owens in a negative capacity. 234. Wow. He quite literally turned on a dime. There was...
Or on $7,000. Ha ha! Bang! My dad jokes are getting nice. You get it? Turned on a dime, turned on a $7,000. You get it. You get it. You guys get it. You know what I mean. That's wild. I didn't know it was that quick. I knew when I saw the Brian Harpole interview, because the Sean Ryan interview happened first. And I was like, wow, this guy's really like not taking responsibility. And it just seems very weird, this whole interview. And he's talking about handoffs. And that's where he's like, mints. It was just mints. His hand at me. And, the whole interview was just like wild. And it was crazy how Sean was going along with it. He was going along with it. There was even times he was snapping at the audience for certain things like getting off the X. He's like, these people don't understand about getting off the X. It's a real thing. You got to get off the X and all this stuff. He's like, whoa, you moved him that quick? So you got him all secured that quickly? Whoa, that's fast. Wow. And I saw that whole thing and I was like, oh, that's weird. We did a bunch of episodes on that, of course. And then all of a sudden he went over to Gary's podcast and I was like, Gary? And then I just thought in my head, I'm like, well, he's in security. It just kind of made sense to me. I'm like, well, he's in security, Brian Harpole. Gary's in tactical training. I'm like, they probably cross paths. I'm like, these guys probably know each other. It just made sense in my head. I didn't have anything to prove it. But I was just like, it just kind of makes sense in my head that they probably know each other. I'm like, Gary probably knows a bunch of feds. He probably knows guys in the agency. He probably knows guys in the bureau. He probably knows a bunch of these people because those are the type of people you'd be training. It's like if you're in jiu-jitsu. If you have a jiu-jitsu gym, if you do jiu-jitsu for years, it's like there's no way you haven't rolled with a cop. There's no way you haven't met, you know what I mean? There's just certain people you meet because they're training in that respect. So I just thought they knew each other, and he was doing it solely because he knew the guy and he was trying to help that guy cover himself or do whatever Brian Harpole was trying to do. We can't even tell what he was trying to do in those interviews in reality. It didn't seem like he was trying to cover himself because he was opening up too much about certain things. But yeah, that interview changed confirmed for me. I don't need much to make a connection, especially when I'm thinking about people being feds and whatnot, or being paid off or whatever. I don't even know what I think about Gary. I can't even tell anymore. But yeah, that just made sense right away. So, and that's when everything changed. 200 some odd tweets directly after. So what is that then? So did Turning Point send Brian Harpole to Gary, or is it what I initially thought and they knew each other? And maybe that was the whole connection to Turning Point that he then had, because he knew Brian Harpole, he did the interview, then got in contact with Andrew Colvett or whoever at Turning Point, and then decided to do the whole turn. I have to say also, when he does stuff like this, he definitely seems, it makes everybody seem guilty when they do stuff like this. I'm not saying Gary did anything, but when it's like you meet up with someone like Brian Harpole and then you turn on a dime the way you do, date a Republican, that whole thing, it definitely makes it seem like the official narrative is not real. I mean, like, I don't know, what other conclusion do you come to other than cover up when you see this stuff over and over and over again? That's what comes to my mind. I don't know. That's just me. Anyway, let's keep going here.
The pre-Brian Harpole Gare Bear 1.0. Pre-Brian Harpole Gare Bear was delightful. He was kind. He was funny. When he disagreed with people, he was like, well, we just agree to disagree. Okay. He was skeptical. I'm not sure how the shirt rose like that. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure why there was no exit wound. That doesn't make sense. Then we got a lot of questions. The more you look into it, the weirder it gets. That was Gary 1.0. He does an interview with Brian Harpole, having never tweeted negatively about Candace Owens, and over the next 30 days, tweets 234 times about Candace Owens in a negative way. 234 times. I'll give you a taste of what those look like. We've done the search. We'll just scroll through. These are not in any particular order. These are just the order X serves them up when you search for them. Candace Owens meeting with Erica reaction video. Was she lying? So because they went to Delaware, that corroborates her whole story and debunks the claims by the guy who provides a detailed analysis and shows all of his data when Candace never shows hers. Got it. She's defending Candace. I'm assuming that question is rhetorical. A Candace cultist advises that speculation is not good look for a large platform. Also asserts Candace has never claimed TPUSA is complicit in the murder, but they're covering it up. The irony of the comments coming from the Candace brainwashed, blah, 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 blah. Why do the majority of accounts trolling mine and defending Candace Owens look like this? As long as she's still speeding lies, how long are you going to troll my account? The beginning of your entire identity. Given your response, I must be over the target. How much is Candace paying you? And on and on. 234 of those in the.
Wow. There is a video, and I don't know how I'm going to find it. I know I bookmarked it. I know I did. And it's a video of Gary talking about doing psyops. It's not like a secret video. It's not like a video that you can't see. It's on X, and it's Gary confirming. Oh, we'll pull up that video too, where Gary's having a meltdown about Barron. We'll pull up that one too. But it's a video of him confirming that he has done them and he does them. It is crazy. It's a crazy video. And if you know what video I'm talking about, please go ahead and tag me in that video, because I know I bookmarked it, and he just talks about it, and he's just like, whatever. Yeah, it's just a thing that we do. And it's the weirdest thing ever. It's almost like he's brushing it off. Like, yeah, whatever, psyops, we do this, we do that, like, whatever. Like, so what? What's the big deal? You know? It's the weirdest thing. Let me see here. Let me see here. Oh, I can't find it. It's so sad. Is it anywhere? Nah, it's not. Here, let me keep playing Barron here. I'm going to try and find it.
30 days following the Brian Harpole interview. Never one time before that. I will raise here what I said last night. I believe that Telegram message that Andrew Wilson released, if real, I'm taking it at face value for right now because I don't have anything in my hand that says it's fake. If it's real, I believe it was sent to Brian Harpole. Could have been Dan Flood, could have been someone else, but I think it was Brian Harpole. And then we get this awkward tweet. This is great, by the way. In light of the news this week, this is great. Well, let me scroll up here. I got to show you. So he's reacting to this video. You remember this video, right? I know, because I have his phone.
Had any inkling that this might come his way and that he intentionally chose to move forward with faith in God?
It's interesting because I have unbelievable amounts of death threats. My kids have kidnapping threats, death threats. Our whole team has death threats.
And let me denounce those. That's nonsense. There should be no threats to anybody.
We knew that there was always going to be a threat, but Charlie and I we promised each other we would never live in fear. And he would say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone. Well, that's what Gare Bear was reacting to. And here is how he reacted. I'll take Erica's word over Candace. He doesn't use words like vehicle Owens. Gare Bear, I got bad news. Candace was right. You were wrong. I wonder if he's going to issue a correction on that tweet. He should quote tweet himself and say, well, I guess Candace won, Gary 0 on this one. No, friends. He's never going to do that. He's never going to do that. But I think that's hilarious. He quotes Erica saying he didn't receive any text messages about death threats the day before. He didn't send any text messages about death threats the day before. And I know. I have his phone. I'll believe Erica over Candace. That's foolishness. Candace is obviously wrong because I tweeted about her 234 times in the month after I met with Brian Harpole. Well, that's a little awkward. That's a little awkward considering the news this week that, in fact, he was sending exactly those messages as Candace said. Hey, Britta. I hope you're not drinking tonight, Britta. Okay, now, November 22nd. November 22nd.
Yo, Britta just caught a stray for no reason. For no reason at all. Barron's getting rough. Barron's getting rough. Barron's opening right up. And it's understandable. It's definitely understandable. All the attacks that he's taking. And he clearly doesn't like being called a liar. Right? So it's pissing him off for sure. Let me see here. Man, I wish I could find that video. He's just like, we do PSYOPs. He's like, we've done PSYOPs, other countries, this, that. And he's talking about it like it's another day. Like it's just another day just hanging out. Like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I've done PSYOPs. It's fine. We spread misinformation, disinformation. I mean, I was jaw on the floor. I was like, I can't believe he just said this. It was the weirdest thing. I can't find it. I wish I could find it. I'm telling you, it's real. You know, at least I'm not doing the silent thing like Andrew Wilson. I'll never let him live that down. It's terrible. It's the worst way to run a podcast. Anyway, I can't find it. Oh, I wish I could find it. Someone said he probably deleted it. It wasn't even his. Somebody else clipped it. It was something he said. Someone else clipped it. But I don't know where that person is now. I can't find it. I wish I could find it. Anyway, let's keep going here. So, Gary, then let's move away from Barron for a quick second. Let's jump into this. Where is it? Let me see here. I know I have it. Come on, it didn't disappear. There it is. So we have it here. Let's check it out. This is Gary talking about doxing people and whatnot?
Well, see, this is the problem, Tom, is that you guys constantly come to your own little foredrawn conclusions based on absolutely zero evidence and then make accusations. It's exactly what you guys are doing to Erica Kirk as TPUSA. You have no evidence of any of these claims. You just stated that you have no evidence of these claims. And because Sean says he gets paid, it automatically means that I'm paying him. What a dumb conclusion to come to. It's just illogical.
And Travis even admitted in you're answering your question.
You're rubber
Exactly.
banding.
You're
You're rubber banding.
buddy. Feel bad.
Yeah, well, so Gary, if you're not paying Sean, and you did ask this woman about if she did a background check, if you're not paying her and they're just working pro bono, then
nobody's working for me at all.
Then I can't say that
Nobody's
you're being
working
paid.
for me at
They're
all.
being paid.
Let's clear this up.
Why are you
one more
asking him
time.
about
One more
background
time
checks?
for the record.
What's
Why
that?
are you asking about
One more
background
time
checks?
for the record, Gary. Can you please repeat what you were asking her and why?
Again, Tom, listen, hopefully your listening comprehension will kick in at some point.
I
was
just want the
stating-
why
she
you
was
were
stating-
asking about
She
the
was
background
stating
check.
a bunch of facts about who he was. I said, did you do a background check? She said, no, I wouldn't even bother doing a background check. I just know who he is. And then that was the end of the conversation about Coach Collins. So again,
Yeah, but why? Why?
Why what? You guys have done
Why are
background
you
checks on
doing
me.
No, but that's not
People-
answering the
people-
question.
people have-
That's not
no, I
answering the
just wanna-
question.
Again, why what?
Why are you wanting to know if she did a background check?
Because I asked her, did you do a background check? She had a lot of information. I said, did you do a background check?
Yeah, but why?
You guys don't have any problem digging up my personal
All right, so
information.
you can't.
See, this is the thing he always does. He deflects to what they do, and it's about me. So it's like you're saying you have no problem. They have no problem doing that to him, but I've never done that to you. I don't care. I know people in the military, in Canada, and in America. I could do all these weird checks. I could do stuff like that. I don't do that. What the hell would I do that for? What do I care? I don't care who you are. I can just see what you're doing. I know you by your fruits. I don't have to know where the roots come from, you know? So it's very interesting. He always deflects that way. But I've never done anything like that with him, nor will I. I don't care. Anything that I know about him in terms of like, talking about like, his I guess ex-wife hiding his kids from him whenever he would come back from combat or come back from a tour. I only know that because he told Mitch Snow that in the conversation where he acknowledges that he knew Mitch Snow was recording him. That's the only reason I know that. It was a 2-hour conversation. I had to listen to the whole thing to bring you guys the highlights of the whole thing. It's the only reason I know anything about his background or life or kids or anything is because it's what he talked about with Mitch Snow.
Answer a basic
I just
question.
told you.
He answered the
No,
question.
Tom, I can.
What's
Tom,
the why?
I can answer it for you.
Why did you ask?
Why? If I said Tom's an idiot, Tom was a clown, Tom jumped off the skydiving accident when he was in high school, Tom jumped off a cliff when he was in college, Tom dated a tranny when he was in grad school, and then Gary says, "Hey, what's the background on all that? Where did you get that information? Is it because he wants more, or is it because he's trying to verify what all the stuff just said?"
Well, why can't a grown man answer for himself?
I answered
why
the
are you
question
asking
for you
for?
five
He
different
has.
times.
You just don't understand it. He
didn't say
can answer it, but he
why.
can't understand it for you.
Yeah,
Why?
I can't
Like,
comprehend it for
why
you,
are you
Tom.
wanting a background check on Coach Colin?
What did you?
He didn't. That's the point.
Well, actually, I did run a background check on Coach Collins, but I asked her if she did. And by the way, I didn't get anything from Coach Collins. Didn't find any information. Well, that's not true. I did find some information, but I didn't post it. And that's my business. I can literally, I have the freedom to use the internet and run background checks on everybody. Like I can find out things about you. I know.
So
things
you won't
about
say why though.
Oh,
you won't
because
say
it's an
why.
investigation. It's an investigation into people lying.
An
and
investigation
spreading
into
lies.
what?
People spreading lies and defrauding
what
people.
lies? What lies did Coach Collins
Oh, he's
spread?
told a bunch of them. Like I have to go
So
back
then
and
you
list
should
them
be.
all.
It should be easy to name one then.
Well, for one, he said that he's definitely been complicit in saying that Erica Kirk is complicit in killing Charlie Kirk, amongst many other things.
Wow.
So I want to know why. Like, who are these?
What does
people?
that have to do with you?
Well, because I'm an investigator and I can investigate things because it's my freedom to do so. See how that works?
I mean, it's fine. So you're saying that you want to
ask Kelly? Did you ask
so
Kelly
you want to
Rabaugh?
investigate? No, this is interesting. So
No,
you're
this is
investigating
interesting.
people on the behalf of Erica Kirk. Is that what you're saying?
No, I did not say that I investigated. It's because I want to know. I'm curious, Tom. I'm curious about you. I'm curious about all these other people that will spread these lies,
Okay,
that will say stupid things
but
about.
on behalf of what? Why?
Why did Kelly Rabaugh run my information? Why did she go digging around the information and find, DOD contracts and post my address? Why?
I think it was relevant to the Kirk investigation, or she felt it was relevant.
That's subjective, and I believe that
How
any
is
information.
How is it subjective?
It's very subjective. Like, who determines what's relevant?
Well, you wouldn't.
I do, because it's subjective.
No, I'm okay.
And you do, and
sure,
Kelly does,
I understand that.
and everybody else. The difference is that she posted it, I didn't. So the information I know about you, I haven't posted.
Right.
That's very, very weird. So there's he's doing an investigation, and he's saying that I have said that Erica is complicit in what happened to Charlie. That's very interesting. So his investigation into people who are spreading, he keeps saying defrauding, which is a very weird word to use. He keeps on saying he's finding out people who are defrauding. I don't think I've defrauded anybody. I'm pretty positive about that. The positive evidence, positive evidence that hasn't happened. But I mean, yeah, very weird. So that's Gary's breakdown. He didn't do it. He wasn't telling her to do it, but he wanted to know. And then in that whole chat thread that they had together, that's what he really wants to say. Someone just actually said something here. Somebody, hold on, let me see this first. Someone said, Coach, did you consent? He admitted on tape, open and honest. Yeah, no, of course I didn't consent to that. Like, what? No, of course not. That's crazy. It's a crazy thing. We've never spoken outside of the back and forths that we've had on X. We've never spoken at all, really. I think those back and forth, we've had 2 back and forths on X. That's it. And yeah, in one of those, he just started posting things that I posted on Instagram like almost 10 years ago. And, which, all my social media is I am Coach Colin. So easy to find that. But then he went deeper. And when he tried to post my information, but he found he found old things. When he tried to do that, he was in a conversation with Billy Webb. He wasn't even in a conversation with me. It was very weird. It was very, very weird. She mentioned me, and then he posted all this stuff. He's like, look at all the stuff I know about him. It was so weird. And I was like, what is this? Like, why is this? But somebody just kind of hit the nail on the head. He said, Coach said I was a Kandahar Giant. That's what he really wants to say. This guy has poked fun at me. He has told jokes at my expense, and I'm upset about it. And this is how I handle things when I'm upset. That's what he really wants to say. When I'm upset, this is how I handle things. I look into people who upset me and see what I can find, and if there's something I can find where I can threaten them, then I will do so. The reason that he doesn't do that with me is because there's no I don't know. You guys, if you guys aren't on X, you don't know, but Misfit, what's his name? Misfit? There's Misfit Patriot. He has some weird charges on him. Blake Benzinar has some weird charges on him. There's a bunch of people that have these weird charges. Very odd, I think Misfits is something weird with I don't know if it's child. I don't know what it is. It's weird. It's kind of gross. But Blake's charges are fraud. Blake Benzinar, or whatever his name is. His are fraud or something like that. And it's just very odd. Very, very odd stuff. But when you look into me, you don't find anything like that. Yeah, I've talked about it before. The only thing that comes up, according to an officer that I once talked to, he's like, the only thing that comes up on your thing is this assault charge. He's like, but it was in 1998. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm like, I was assaulted. When I was a kid, I was assaulted by a grown man. A grown man hurt me very, very badly. No weird stuff. No Diddy stuff. But, he hit me, he batted me around a little bit. and he got charged. And that's the only thing that's on my record. So that's what he found. And he probably thinks that it's an assault charge because he doesn't realize it happened when I was a kid and it happened to me, and they just keep it on my record. So because we had to press charges and take the person to court because I was a kid, and you can't just do that to a kid. So very, very weird. Very, very weird stuff. So he's getting all together like this. I don't know. Someone said, pause, coach. I did pause. Kind of paused. Yeah, I kind of paused. This is semi-pause. But yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, someone said, coach is a comedian. Why does Gary care so much? Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. These, getting things together. But yeah, that's mostly of what it is. Let me see here. What else do we have in regards to keeping the conversation fresh? I want to keep the conversation fresh. They can't copy all of us, the athletic director. I said that yesterday. I was saying that in Barron's chat yesterday. Gary the Keebler of Kandahar. Well, there you go, right? I mean, give a listen to Malachi Martin / Art Bell interviews. I really do have to check out Art Bell more. Please tell another Italian friend story. I could tell another one. For sure. And then the last one here. Alf doesn't deserve that level of disrespect. Yeah, I know. You know, all in good fun. All in good fun. What did Trigger say? Oh, don't do that. Okay. It is strange how they target people as though everyone is a criminal. Yeah. Very weird. Very, very weird. I know he was hoping I was a criminal, you know. I know that's what his hope was, but, you know, I'm not like that. You know, I'm not black like that, like I've said many times.
Right. Well, you've never seen me, so
I know exactly what you look like.
This is where he starts threatening this guy. This sounds like a threat to me. Very much so.
Okay, sure. Well,
would you like me to post pictures of you?
So would you
like me to post
you've
pictures
met me
of
in
you?
person? You've met me in person?
I know exactly who you are. I know what you look like.
You've met
I'm
me in
asking
person?
do you want me to post pictures of you?
Are you saying you're going to dox me?
No, I'm not going to dox you. I'm asking you a question. You're saying I don't know who. I'm trying to prove to you I know exactly
Well,
what you
I'm
look like.
asking you. You would have to have seen me in person.
No, I wouldn't.
Have you been to my
videos
place?
of you. I've seen multiple videos of you.
Right. But have you seen me in person?
I've seen multiple videos of you.
Okay. So you've never seen me.
I've seen multiple videos of you. I don't need to meet you in person to know what you look like.
Okay. Well, whatever you say, buddy. You've never seen me in person.
I've seen you.
So you
I don't
can
need to see you in person.
do.
You've never seen me in person either. You know what I look like.
I mean, it's possible that it's not you.
It's possible
you could have filter. Possible it's not you.
It's like an argument with children. All right, everybody be quiet for a second. Everyone be quiet for a second. I want to get some super chats in here for those that are still participating on YouTube. They're getting left out.
Very weird. Very, very weird. So yeah, he just starts basically badgering this guy. Hey, you want me to post pictures of you? I don't know. The whole thing seems very, very weird. Very, very weird. But anyway, he confirms there's some kind of investigation going on. And good for him. Good for him. Unlike him, I have God on my side, so I'm good. I'm very, very good. Someone said he's drunk. I don't know if he's drunk. I don't know if he drinks, you know? Doesn't seem like a fun guy. If he is, he's a terrible drunk if he is drinking, you know? Usually people get pretty fun when they're, you know? There's some people who are like, oh man, I love you guys so much. You guys are really cool. All you guys, man. I just really, you're black and you're cool, you're white, and it's like, I don't care if you're black, you're cool. And you guys are cool. And then other people, when they drink, they're like, I know what you look like. I've been looking into you. I'm investigating. That would be a crazy way to be drunk. That would be such a wild way to be drunk. Yeah? You want me to show you pictures? I got pictures of you. Yeah, I do. I have many pictures of you. Yeah, I do. I have a bunch. You want to see them? Be like, Jeez, this guy is every single time. You get 4 beers in this guy. He starts talking about investigating people. Why does he do this every time? I don't know, man. He's always been like that. He's just, I don't know. He's always been like this. He just starts investigating people when he's drunk. So what's your name? What's your name? I already know it. I know your zip. I know your zip. You want to hear it? Starts with the number, ends with the number. How about that? I know who you are. Anyway, what's your name, pretty lady? I bet I know it already. I bet I got a picture of you on my phone. I bet I do. And you're just like, jeez, this guy's the worst type of drunk. Oh, who knows if Gary drinks, yeah. Anyway, Uncle Tom talking about Gary tries to support Andrew Wilson doxing people, saying people should be, and then denouncing doxing in the same breath. Yeah, very funny. Check this out.
After all of these people, and by the way, doxing all of these people and investigating all these people, I think that we should actually be able to know who you are. The difference is I've never doxed anybody. I've never even revealed somebody's real name. So, like, you know, it's always the accusations. As a matter of fact, I just saw, you know who Uncle Tom is, just a complete dirtbag, dishonest dirtbag. But he was on a space, and literally the part that he cut, it shows him next to this guy named Travis. That guy put pictures of my kids out all over the place, put pictures of my wife all over the place. She's not on social media for a reason, that she doesn't want to be in social media. She doesn't want to have.
She's not a public figure.
She's not a public figure at all. But they put all this stuff out, and they always accuse you of what they're actually doing, which is another tactic of the left. It's what we see every single time.
Look, I don't. I know a lot of people really hate Uncle Tom. I knew Uncle Tom outside of any of this Owens stuff. Long before that, he was somewhat interested in like manosphere type content, sure. And I don't think that he himself follows any sort of doxing protocols or suffers any of that. So I'm not going to kind of.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I haven't seen him do that. What I'm saying is that he has multiple times justified, and he has been engaged with people, and he knows they're talking about things that they've done to me and other people on X, and he has no problem with it. But when there's people outside that are doing sort of, I can't even be. And by the way, I've disavowed this stuff. I'm like, hey, don't do this. I don't want to be associated with it. If you're going to do that, get away from us. But the fact is like. You know what I mean? It's just it's a double standard.
Well, and I do think that we need to play clean.
That's so funny that he says that. It's so weird. And then I think this was the post where Uncle Tom posted this, and then right away I was like, does he not remember just like a week ago admitting to doing this exact thing to me? And now he's acting like he didn't do that, like he disavows it. I was like, what? And then now in a newer clip that I just played for you guys, he's like, yeah, I do that. It's investigation. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so weird. It's so weird. And what's funny, as they're listening to this, I know that the information about what he was trying to do to me was actually relayed to Andrew. Andrew has heard about this. He didn't believe it, apparently. He didn't believe that Gary was doing that type of thing. And then the person came to me. So I guess it was like, I guess we were not really communicating through this person, but he didn't believe it. The person came to me and was like, can I get clarification on that whole situation? I showed them the information that I've shown all you guys, information that Candace showed me. And then the person's just like, okay. And then they just brought it back to Andrew. So Andrew knows, as Gary's saying this, he knows as Gary's saying this, that he's completely fugazi on this one, Very interesting stuff. Weird stuff. But we'll go back to Barron talking about I do wanna get to look, he's pissed. Look at this. Whatever Daisy and Barron said about him. Oh, I gotta reset it now. Whatever Barron and Daisy said about him, he is responding. Look at that. He posted this. Weak ankle expert. Wow. Jeez. I guess he's talking about the time Barron kind of tore his foot almost in a terrible way. I guess he's talking about that. saying he's a weak ankle expert. Wow, that is crazy. See what I mean? He's like, according to crack detective and failed lawyer Barron, it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson who jumped off the roof because that guy clearly had training. Didn't impact. Barron, irrefutable evidence. He once broke his ankle, his own delicate little ankle. Therefore, every human ankle is made of glass. Case closed, everyone. The ankle expert has spoken. Wow. Wow, he's mad. Okay, so I guess I got to just go straight to showing you guys why he's mad. I think I have to do that here. Let me just take this off first. I can show you guys why he's pissed off. That's for sure. I can show you right now. It's so funny when in real time Daisy shows Barron this here. Let's jump into this whole part here. This is when they get into it. Daisy is a low-key an instigator. Daisy's like, I think you have to see this.
How it works. You getting off the should I play it? Yeah, might as well. This is actually from X. He just put it up not long ago. I haven't heard this either. So we'll play it sight unseen. This is a fun night. This is experiment night.
Man, it is hilarious to me just how thin-skinned and sensitive Baron Coleman is to any pushback to his lies. He flips out every single time.
Again, I'm going to say this about the lies. I am the fastest person to correct something that I've gotten wrong. If you ever find that something I've said is wrong, not a conclusion, not I look at a set of facts and conclude something different, but like if I told you it was a 308 in the woods and not a 30-06 and I got that wrong, I would correct that. You know, it's not a lie. It's just I got it wrong.
You guys seen him crash out on his live streams against people that ask him tough questions? This is what, like, Baron Coleman constantly defames people.
I don't defame anybody.
I've had these same things happen to me.
I just show you the facts, Gary. If you don't like those facts, stop being yourself.
He sat there and said that I said that Mitch Snow wasn't there and I was controlled by TPUSA.
I've already apologized for that. Should I show that apology in full? I did apologize.
He said this like 37 times. Like that's the only thing he still does. You already apologize.
I apologize for it. I obviously got it wrong. And I said the reason, Gary, I got it wrong is nobody watches you anymore. And I don't watch you either. I just assumed that you said that. And I apologize for assuming that.
Right, which was absolutely false. He can smear, defame people
Don't smear and defame
all day long. He can lie. He can come up with these ridiculous speculative theories.
Has Gary taken a shower in like a week? He looks terrible. No. I mean, Gary, comb your hair if you're going to be on TV.
See, this is why he's pissed. This is right here. Baron and Daisy are both laughing at him, making fun of him. This is what got him. This is why he made the ankle expert posts, because he has nothing else to say about Baron. He doesn't know what to do, you know?
Trim your beard. I mean, look how puffy his face is. He looks terrible. Did he just wake up?
I just want to explore what's possible, essentially, what he does. But when you come after him, man, does he act like a little girl. He is so sensitive. It really does crack me up. It really cracks me up of his reaction, because when you come after him, he's like, Gary, now I'm doing a whole podcast about you today. Oh, go ahead, Baron. Go ahead, Baron.
I did, Gary. I showed how you flipped on a dime the day you met with Brian Harpole and became a TPUSA lackey. I did show that, and how you had really never before gone after Candace Owens, and then you went after her 234 times, starting in the first month, starting the day after the Brian Harpole interview. If you don't like facts, Gary, be somebody else. Be better. Be better. Start with getting a little exercise or sleep or putting the bottle down. You look terrible.
Be Gary 1.0.
Yeah, be Gary 1.0. I liked Gary 1.0.
All you have is lies.
Notice he never points out the lies. He just says I lie. I'm happy to make corrections, Gary. Send me whatever you want me to correct. I'll look at it. If I was wrong, I'll correct it.
The thing that I've said about you is objectively the truth.
Has he even brushed his teeth? I mean, I can almost feel his breath. It's like fogging up the camera. Knock a buzzard off a doo-doo wagon. I can smell him from here. Gary, get in the shower right now. Quit.
This guy's like, get in the shower. He's talking to Gary like he talks to one of his kids. For sure he says that to his kid. Just quit. Get out of here. Get in the shower. That is crazy. Oh my gosh.
Quit. Quit, Gary.
And you can't stand it. You can't stand to be exposed.
I'm not exposed. I put myself on the camera 20 hours a week, Gary. I say lots of stuff. I play old clips of me sight unseen because I stand by every word I've ever said. And if anybody has an issue with any of it, please, by all means, realbaronpodcast@gmail.com. I'll evaluate it if I was wrong, if I said something out of turn, if I defamed somebody, if I implied something that was incorrect or that I'll be happy to evaluate it. And if it,
Someone's saying gingivitis. That's crazy. How dare you? Who said that? How dare all of you? That's crazy. It doesn't. It's a good play on words, though. You know, there's no fat on that joke. That's a good one.
merits a correction, I'll make it.
For the liar, the grifter, the con artist.
Notice he doesn't provide examples. Liar, grifter, con artist, but no examples. No examples. Just unbrushed teeth, unwashed hair, puffy, sleepless face.
You were an actual government informant.
I was not a government informant. The judge actually ruled I was not, but he keeps going to that. And I've told him this 1,000 times. He can look at the courtroom documents. I have them. I'll be happy to show them to him. The judge ruled I was not a government informant.
Like,
I got dragged into a case I didn't even want to be in.
All of these things are true.
They're not, though. That's the thing.
And you,
but notice, Gary, I'm not threatening to sue you over it. I don't care if you say these things. I'll address it, maybe.
Can't stand it. So, anyways, continue to spread your lies.
If you give me a list of things you think I've gotten wrong, I'll correct it.
Continue to spread and defraud people.
I haven't defrauded. That you see all the defamation that's coming my way, and I don't care. I'll play it on my show. I don't care.
Of money and clicks and views, allegedly. Let me throw that in there. Allegedly.
Oh man, that's a good one. Look at that. He's not well. Look at those eyes.
No, he's like stressed.
That's crazy. Just stressed out. Like, whoa. That is a lot. That is a lot. He does look a little puffy. He looks like he just woke up. Doesn't look like he's drunk or anything. He looks like he just woke up. You know? Because you knew if he was drunk, he'd be like, listen, I'm investigating you guys. Arms would be crossed and stuff. So it looks like he just woke up. Just woke up, and the first thing he does is just like, what did Barron say? Oh, what did Barron say?
Gary, you feeling all right, buddy? You know how badly Gary 1.0 wants to jump out of that body and be normal
I'm
again?
here. Save me.
You know how bad? Like there's a decent guy in there going, let me out. Let me out. You got me locked up. Let me out of here.
He's like
Let me out of here.
scratching inside.
I'm just
I mean, I bet you the inside of his skin has nail marks on it where Gary 1.0 is trying to get out.
Wait, go
You know,
back
like the nightmare movies where somebody's buried alive and they're scratching at the coffin walls. That's inside Gary 1.0 trying to get out, scratching at the walls.
Go back like 2 seconds. He shakes.
I've just asked
He starts
questions
ticking.
about.
Look at his face. He's bright red. He is bright red. Look at that 9 and 10 tooth. They're not brushed.
You and your past, your ties to Ali Alexander. It's just hilarious to watch you freak out.
I'm not freaking out, Gary. I'm doing a live show showing you panicking sight unseen. That's how confident I am in the program and everything I say.
I enjoy it.
Well, at least he enjoys it, ladies and gentlemen. At least he enjoys it.
So anyways, hope you have a great podcast tonight, Barron.
I am.
Continue to lie just like you have about me in the past.
Never lied once about you, sir. And the one time I did, I apologized. And I admitted, nobody can watch your show anymore. So everybody assumed you were saying this about Mitch Snow. Everybody assumed you were saying he wasn't there. I apologize for not watching your program. Nobody else can watch it either. It's unwatchable. And as a result, I got that wrong and I apologize.
Someone said free Gary. Free Gary 1.0.
Yeah, free Gary. Free Gary. I need that shirt. Free Gary 1.0.
That's where free Gary came from. Daisy said that at the beginning of the live stream. That's so funny. Wow, man. That's a lot. That's a lot. They're going to war. I'm telling you, man. Listen, you say to another man, you're cosplaying as a man, you know, those are fighting words. Gary's not playing around. You know, I like how Barron pointed out. He's like, you notice the defamation's being said about me. Like, oh gosh. is something else. Jeez. How much more? What else we got here? Oh, I wish somebody was able to find that clip of him saying that he does psyops. Oh, I wish I could find that. I can't believe I didn't have that just like set aside. I thought I bookmarked it, but I didn't. So yeah, that is what's going on with Gary currently. That's what he's going through. So he's investigating, but he's not investigating. He doesn't support doxing at all, but also he doxes people sometimes when he feels like it. When he feels up to it, he doxes people. When he doesn't, then he's not for it, and you know. And again, I don't know who else he's done it to, but he's definitely done it to me. Again, I'd have to. There's a way you can search, but he might have deleted it. I should check. Because he's definitely tried to do it to me. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens. With Gare Bear. It is sad. What they're saying about, Gary 1.0 trying to like claw out there. Oh, man, I've talked about it. It's probably true, man. It's probably true. There is another version of him. I've talked about it before. That was probably nice and humble and noble, which is why he is doing the things that he does, like things that he did, right? Getting into the Green Berets and all of these things. There's this teacher side to him with the tactical company. There is this other part of him, and what's coming out now is just something else. It's something else entirely, really. And it's sad to see in actuality. It really is. It's really sad to see, You sent it? You sent it from July? I did check my X account. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Quit getting my hopes up. I check my notifications and I just see What are you talking about? That's what you tagged me in. How dare you? Who is this? How dare you? I opened it up and this is what's there. This is not quite what I'm looking for. It is appreciated though. It is. Yeah, that was a jump scare for me. Jeez. I'm talking about him and all of a sudden he just pops up like that. Anyway. I can't believe I didn't repost it. Next time I'm just going to repost it. See it again. I'm just going to repost it right away. Oh, really quick. Can we just talk about this guy here? Can I just talk about this guy just really, really quick? This guy's Black Neff. He follows me. Charlie Kirk's homeboy, fake and gay, Black Israelite, wasn't involved in what happened to Charlie. Why would you hear? I mean, obviously I'm going to follow this guy back. This is Black Neff, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Let me just go to this profile picture for you really quick. Who is doing this? Who is doing this right now? Who is this guy? There's an Asian Neff now too? Oh my gosh, what's happening? The Neff universe is expanding? Oh no, this is crazy. Who did this? I can't believe it, man. So crazy. So Black Neff, I saw in a comment, right? Because I'm always lurking around. Somebody asked if he's related to Coach Colin, and he said, I think we're related through our mama. Obviously, that was a play on mama. How dare this guy? We might be related. Listen, I'm not going to rule it out. I'm not going to rule it out or anything, but we might be related. It's a possibility, right? This character here, that profile picture is crazy. That's crazy. I follow him too now. I follow him. I mean, look at the guy. The guy's doing it, and he's really posting too. He's really engaging with the world. This is crazy. This is so coming in hot. He's commenting on Candace, right? Patrick Bet-David. He's reposting Andrew Colvette. Wow, talk about somebody not looking good. Talk about it. Jeez. You know, just dead behind the eyes. I find stuff like that so scary when I see that. It's like, you know, he's really engaging with the world. Yeah, Sam Tripoli, longtime fan. Amazing point, you know, talking to Anna Escobar, talking to Buckley Carlson. Like, this guy's engaging with the world, talking about the whole drama with Data Republican. I mean, he is really at it. This guy, Black Neff, ladies and gentlemen. Could you imagine you're Blake and you're just like, Black Neff? Like, you click on it and it's you, and you're just like, what is this now? And you look at this and you go, hold on a second. And with AI, if this guy had a budget with AI, he could actually make videos of himself as Black Neff. I mean, this is just too much. You know? But yeah, apparently we're related, he said. We say related through mama. So, yeah, how mad would Blake be? He'd be like, Black. He's like, what is this, Black? What is this? Who is this? I'm not Black. How dare you? Yeah. And he's cool. Someone said this. No. Well, I don't know. Someone said this. Let me see. This. Who is this? Damaya? Is that how you say your name? I don't know if it's this. It's an actual clip. It's just a clip of him talking about it. I don't know if maybe he says it in this episode. I don't know. I've never watched a Gary episode in my life, but I have no idea. I wish I could tell you. Anyway, yeah, we'll find it later. We'll do a little bit more. Just a touch more of Baron talking about Gary. You know.
You have in the past about me and my producer.
Not into fame her, smear her.
Because you got nothing. Because you're a liar. Anyways, you have a good night, Baron.
I'm having a great night, Gary. I'm having the best night of my life. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Gary. That's little Gary. Notice he was holding the camera up, trying to make him look tall. Guys, I stand by everything I say. If I get anything wrong, realbaronpodcast@gmail.com, more than happy to make a correction. If you just don't like my conclusions, well, then we just agree to disagree. And that's Gary 1.0's position. If you don't like his conclusions, you just agree to disagree. Gary 2.0, I don't know what that was. He needs a shower. I'll tell you that. Get clean, sir. Get clean. Don't show yourself in public looking like that. That's ludicrous. I can't say he's drunk or been drinking, but guys, all I can do is show you the evidence like I do every night. I just put stuff up on the screen and just kind of click through. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Oh, my gosh. Jeez. Oh, my gosh. This is nuts. You know? And you know, Baron's leaning towards that because Baron knows what it's like to, you know, drink a lot. That's why he's bringing that up, because, you know, you can tell. Just like I could tell somebody's like a weed addict. I could tell right away. I could tell by the time they wake up and when they go to sleep and, you know, how their day goes, what they're doing with themselves. I can always tell. Always. Yeah. We have that thing when we're in sobriety. We can see what we were in other people from time to time.
Wait, play it around. Go back like 5 seconds. He starts whipping his head around.
This is great. Every one of these screen caps is gold. Oh, yeah, Gary. Get him, Gary Bear. Oh, man. He's an angry little fella, isn't he? Wow. Okay. All right, guys. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary 2.0. Gary 2.0. All right. Wow. If you want to send an email. Wild. I did not expect all that. Shout out to Baron. Shout out to Daisy. Very special. Shout out to Daisy, because you know Daisy's the one that got that. You know Daisy's the one that made sure to go and find that. You know, Baron doesn't find stuff like that out. You know, he's not looking for that type of stuff. Yeah, but Daisy, on the other hand, Daisy's looking for that type of stuff, you know?
Oh my gosh. Anyway. So that was the whole breakdown there. And there's more. I think the main takeaway from, Barron covering Gary was just when he actually switched up. I think that's the most telling thing, is when he switched up on the entire thing. Because Valhalla has a very similar story. Because him and Valhalla used to make content together all the time. And now he's constantly attacking Valhalla as well. With really low jabs at Valhalla all the time. So it's weird. Weird stuff. Benny Johnson. Someone said something about Benny Swallows Johnson. I don't know if that's his actual middle name. That sounds more like a Dutch. I'm not sure if he's Dutch. He's all American as far as I'm concerned, so I don't really know who came up with that. Let's keep going here. This is where he talks about Benny. I would love to know, what was Benny's switch up? When I saw Benny Johnson in the list of people, I was like, when did Benny switch up?
Benny likes Johnson. I mean, Benny Johnson. I always say he likes Johnson. He likes the Johnson family name. He goes by Johnson.
Yes.
He could have picked a stage name. Johnson's a pretty common name. Maybe he could have been like Benny Phoenix or, something crazy. But no. Benny likes Johnson. So he stuck with Johnson. So we've got Benny Johnson. Let's take a look at Benny Johnson back in the day, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Benny Johnson early on after the tragic death of Charlie Kirk.
But the fact that this individual had an escape plan, was able to pull this off and then leave undetected. Charlie Kirk travels with a phalanx of security guards. There's no less than 10 highly trained military agents with him. They're not actively in the military. Many of them have served and trained at the highest levels. Charlie Kirk has an excellent security team, one of the single best in the business. Charlie Kirk, and it is often his events are staffed with law enforcement, as this event was. So to be able to evade all of that, to be able to get a single shot, not one shot, this shooter was not going for mass casualty, was not going for terrorism, a single shot, it was one, according to all available evidence, a single round from 200 or more yards, without anybody accurately capturing or noticing the shooter. And then the shooter disappears and is currently still unapprehended. Yes, there is reason for people to believe that this is a professional hit job.
Wow. I did not see anything like this from Benny. Whoa, that is nuts. I knew he said the one thing about there being state actors and he heard it from somebody close. And it seemed like he was referring to the Turning Point Inner Circle. But I didn't hear all this. This is nuts. Huh. Okay. All right, Benny, you go, girl.
Reason to believe this is a professional hit job. Have any of those facts changed? Are all those facts not still the same as they were on that day? It'd be one thing if new facts came to life and you'd say, well, I didn't know this when I said that, so now I'm confident he did it. No. The facts are all the same. Charlie had an allegedly elite security team. The alleged assassin was able to sneak in and sneak out without being seen. He was able to fire off a single shot from distance, not unreasonable distance, but distance. None of that changed. But those were the factors that led him to believe that it was a professional hit job, perhaps. There's reason to believe it's a professional hit job. I'm going to play a little more of this clip here.
John Solomon is an excellent reporter, and Steven Crowder has some leaked information. I want to talk about both. I want to begin by saying that I'm very, very close with Charlie and his team, and here's what I wish to relay to you from them. That there is some considerable evidence that there were state actors involved here. That's it. I don't want to go any further than that. I can't go any further than that. That is what I've been told.
So not only was he convinced, based on the elusiveness of the alleged assassin, that it was a professional, not a 22-year-old gay kid from St. George, but that it was a professional hit job, potentially with state actor involvement. In fact, there was considerable evidence that there were state actors. Well, has that changed? Has that changed? Has he ever given an explanation of what the considerable evidence was that there were state actors at play? I don't think so.
See, now that I see that, I wonder, especially after learning the data Republican stuff and then seeing Gary and Andrew communicate, like I wonder if they gave him that information. Like maybe there was another narrative that they were going to go with at one point, and then that all changed, and then it just switched to just focusing on Tyler, because as soon as the memorial hit and she said, "I forgive him," everything was just towards Tyler, right? That was the person that they got. Like everything was just towards that. Only that, and any deviation from that got you attacked by various people. I wonder, because that is a weird thing to say. He says Charlie's team. Who could he be talking about? You know, when he says he's close to Charlie's team, he's not really close to the security team. He's close to Tyler and Jack and Blake and, like, you know, that, like Andrew. He's close to those guys. So why would they tell him that? But who knows? Because at the same time that Benny's saying this, Andrew is telling Candace it was supposed to be her. He's telling Candace and Tucker they need to lay low. So what's going on? I wonder. Yeah, I guess maybe they were going for a different narrative of some kind. Someone said that was her turning point. Yeah, right. Someone also said about Gary exists in perpetual state of aggressive mental constipation with multiple befuddled personalities. Get the man a spiritual X-lax. Yeah, he needs an exorcism or something. Weak ankle expert in the South is your light in the loafers, quote unquote. No hate, just accept your lane. Accept your lane you want. Oh man, is that what that means? Ah, interesting. Gare Bear is Timu Seamus. Timu Shemp. Someone said, "Dang, bro, the ginger crash out. I'm a ginger. Gary is a tard." Oh man. Hey, it's okay. Listen, if you're a ginger, just be the best. You know what I mean? You be the best ginger you can be. You don't have to worry about him. He doesn't dictate the rest of y'all. Gary, I never dried my feet on Baron's couch. Yeah, I remember drying my feet on Baron's couch. F yo couch. F yo couch, ginger. F yo couch. Then Baron's telling the story like Charlie Murphy. And then I looked at Daisy and I said, we gotta handle this. So I told Daisy to grab him, and then I just started beating him in his legs and his feet. I was stomping him. I just stomped him. You know? Can't be doing stuff like that to my couch. Gary's walking out of there. F yo couch, my legs. Who care about your couch, ginger? Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta go watch the Chappelle Show again, man. I can't believe I haven't seen the Chappelle Show in so long. Anyway, all right, let's get back to it. Thank you so much for that, Oscar. Thank you for that reminder of the incredible Chappelle Show. I ain't touched that man's cow. I ain't did no background check on no people. Yeah, I did background check on them people. What? Oh my gosh. So good. All right, let's keep going.
Now let's fast forward. That was in the hours really after it happened. But now let's fast forward to Benny Johnson in November. So that was Benny Johnson in September. Now let's go to Benny Johnson in November. Is he satisfied, ladies and gentlemen, with the arc of the investigation? Is he satisfied with the arc of the investigation? Well, let's go back to the Benny show.
What's up, guys? Benny. A question I get asked regularly in interviews and live in person at Clemson University this week at a Turning Point USA speech that I gave is, are you satisfied with the investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder? And I'll give you the straight answer. No, I'm not satisfied with the investigation. I am unnerved by some recent developments in the investigation, including some missing evidence. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But a reminder that Charlie Kirk was a young, aspirational, generational leader who was bound to become president of the United States one of these days. He was a massive cultural force, a generational talent to be reckoned with. Everyone could see. I've seen this play before with the killing of JFK. And JFK was murdered 70 years ago. It did also happen on camera, a lot fewer cameras those days, but the federal government lied to us about that murder. How do we know that? Well, because the voluminous JFK records, not all of which have been released, but some of which have been released just this year, finally, after everybody involved is dead, show that Lee Harvey Oswald had been bumped by the CIA. But the CIA not only was tracking with, but was making physical contact with Lee Harvey Oswald in the days leading up to the assassination of JFK. They've been lying to us.
Bumped. They've been bumped. So I was looking into this whole JFK thing, you see, and apparently they bumped him. But it wasn't exactly who we thought it was. You notice? Very, very interesting. Benny not being satisfied with the investigation. So what ended up happening? Is it just that people come to him and they say, okay, no more of this, Benny, we're moving on to this, and that's it? That's how it goes? Is he actually doing this on his own? Is this actually how he feels and he's doing this? Is that what's going on? I don't know. I can't tell. Because if he's not doing it on his own, which we think of Benny when we think of him making content, especially when it comes to the administration and what they deem okay and not okay, if he's not doing this on his own, well, then he's doing it at someone's request. And if he's doing it at someone's request, why did they request for him to start out his whole speaking on Charlie this way? It really makes you think.
Us for 70 years about that. It's a very important piece of information. And so I don't want that to happen with my friend Charlie. I don't want to be lied to. And it seems like they're setting up potentially the opportunity to lie to or deceive us. And let me explain what I mean by that. There are an enormous amount of theories online right now about what happened that day. I have decided that what I am going to do is stick with the known available physical evidence that we have right now. I'm going to let the trial play out. We're going to ask legitimate questions. We're going to be open-minded, and we're going to be respectful in the way that we deliberate over this. And I'm simply going to present to you all available evidence. And here it is.
Maybe he's doing this as a way to guide his audience so he can be like, hey, I'm just like you guys. Like, maybe that's what it is. Because it kind of seemed that's what happened with Gary as well. It's like Gary was one way. He was like, I'm always open to being wrong. We're just looking at things, blah, 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 trying to be right in the middle. I'm just looking at all possible avenues. And then he kind of veered his audience to a different way. Maybe that's exactly what Benny is doing as well. You know, somebody said that, you know, he has his hands folded in his lap. He's like this. Oh my gosh. I hope not. I hope not. That's Benny, man. Listen, that's Benny. He's all American, straight as an arrow. Everybody knows it. Everybody's always known it. Okay. He's all American. Okay. Doesn't know about Grindr. Doesn't know about that app. Talking about. Guy's like 6 kids. Anyway.
Guys. He opens by saying the federal government lies about high-profile political assassinations. I agree with you, sir. I agree with you. They lied about JFK. They lied about Martin Luther King. They lied about Malcolm X. They lied about RFK. And I think they've lied about Charlie Kirk. I don't know why we can agree they lie about all these other ones, but for some reason in the Charlie Kirk case, we just insist they're telling the truth. We don't have any real evidence of it. He said he wasn't satisfied with the state of the evidence. Well, the state of the evidence remains precisely the same as it was back in November when he made that comment. So what has changed? We know Benny's changed. We'll take a look at that in a second. But what particularly has changed? He's given us no explanation. He's just changed. He's just changed. He's just thrown up caution to the wind and said, in fact, I'm not going to wait for the trial to play out. There's been no trial yet. There's not even been a finding of probable cause. Tyler Robinson hasn't entered a plea of guilty or not guilty. There's been just a little bit of evidence put forward in front of the judge sitting as the magistrate, and Benny Johnson's like, yeah, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. So he lied. He lied back then. He was not intending to sit back and wait on the evidence, or maybe he was at the time, but no longer is he. No longer is he. He even goes on to raise a particular point that we've raised on this program. I will fast forward to that and show you this now, because Benny gets a little heated talking about whether or not we have chicanery afoot. Is there chicanery afoot, particularly around the time Tyler Robinson turned himself in?
The activity here, you can see a figure running across the roof and jumping off the building. Again, I want to show you all available evidence as it comes in. And I would love to show you, for instance, this famous footage of Tyler Robinson being arrested. Tyler Robinson being brought in by his dad, as the story goes, right? Brought in by his father. Thanks, Dad. I don't have it. Oh, no. It's been deleted. Well, that's strange. CBS News 2 investigates, discovers.
Maybe this is him trying to be like a conspiracy theorist, you know? Like, this is his imitation of, like, what he thinks, like, a conspiracy theorist is. Like, oh, Dad turned him in. Thanks, Dad. Like, maybe that's what he's doing. I don't know. I really, because I am one of those people. I feel like he takes his marching orders. I think he wakes up every single day, every single week. They take the marching orders. Hey, you know, we need you to interview 6 congressmen and the vice president all about aliens. They're all going to say the same thing about aliens. Act like you're shocked, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't think he had any interest in UFOs. But he sat down, this is like, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, where he sat down with a bunch of people in the government, and he was just talking about UFOs. He became the UFO guy out of nowhere. And I was like, okay. Like, there's no way that's organic. I don't think he does anything organic. You know? I don't think there's anything that he does. Someone said, if I make a burner account, I have to name it Tinfoil Speedo Terry. Oh, well, Dan Bongino already has a Tinfoil Terry, you know? So I don't know if I could do that. We might get into an argument with our burner accounts. That would be something. Benny didn't change. He's always been an A-pirate. The only thing that has changed is people's understanding of who he is. That's well said. That is well said. That's definitely me. I definitely have a different understanding of who he is. What I just said about him is not what I would have said about him 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I would not have said that. I would not have thought that about Benny Johnson. Not at all. Not at all. So, yeah, you're 100% right. I was behind on that one. I just thought he was a great guy. You know, straight as an arrow. Just living his best life. You know, that's what I thought. Anyway. I want a hard change. I'm speeding up what Barron was talking about with Benny Johnson. I want a hard change out of nowhere. I don't want it to be subtle. Just give me Benny completely changed now. Give me that. Let's see it.
Whelmed at that time? No, you were very much not whelmed. One could say you were underwhelmed. But now Benny Likes Johnson is overwhelmed. Nothing's changed. Nothing in the evidence has changed. Think about Norma McCorvey. DNA, cellular, geolocation, security camera, financial transactions, eyewitnesses, etc. But perhaps the most demonstrable evidence is the trove of confessions to the murder verified in court today. Guys, we had all that stuff within like 3 days. We had the text messages. We had the discords. All that was available, and Benny was not yet boned. He was going to sit back and see the evidence. He thought there was still evidence of state actor involvement. He thought it was very suspicious that there was missing footage of Tyler turning himself in, which, by the way, would undercut some of those confessions, but that's neither here nor there. Tyler Robinson admitted to killing Charlie Kirk in numerous times in public and private. The evidence speaks for itself. Where did he do this in public? Sorry, guys, I hit a button. Where did he do this in public? Robinson left a note for his lover roommate, Lance Twiggs. I had the opportunity to take Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it.
It's weird, man. It's very weird. Because it just makes you think, like, is he just getting those same talking points the same way we've seen other people outed as taking talking points and just puts it out there and that's it? And then if that's the case, why? What's going on? If that's the case, what on earth is going on? What on earth is happening when it comes to the Charlie Kirk case? Who did what? Because at that point, if all of that's going on the same way, like the way you see Data Republican going after Candace, she's being told to, et cetera, if she's actually being told to, I mean, if that's actually the case, then I don't know. That Candace talks about the French being involved, the greatest ally being involved, all of that, and that couldn't happen without consent from, American federal government. If all of that happened, then I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, that definitely. I don't even know. I don't know. I would ask you guys, like, would that rule out Turning Point? I was gonna say that would rule out the inner circle. The inner circle doing it. But then, I mean, how did it happen? Was it a shot? It doesn't make sense that it's a shot. Who's Tyler? It just, when you watch this happen, this type of thing, of people taking these marching orders, it gets so spooky. For me, it does. The same way I was showing you guys Dee Dee yesterday, and Dee Dee was talking to Warren Smith, and he's like, people like you scare me. He's like, that's kind of scary, the way you're doing this, the way you're being right now. Right? Because the reason he was saying that is because he's not sure he's in front of a real person. Like, has this person been put in front of me with these points? Because then it means there's someone behind him that's thinking about me and this interaction that I'm having. And that gets spooky. And that's what it becomes as you're watching these things, as you're seeing Gary out himself or out Andrew Colvett, as you're seeing Data Republican getting outed. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know who outed her. As you see Graham Allen out himself, he kind of did it himself. Nobody even really, I don't even think anybody really knew his position or anything at the Pentagon. He just kind of came out and said it himself. Ah, man, it's weird. It's so weird. Anyway. Let's move on. Shout out to Baron. Shout out to Daisy. Thank you guys so much for everything you guys do. You guys are absolutely incredible. But let's move on. We got Jesse Michaels on Joe Rogan. People don't know Jesse Michaels. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He's a UFO guy. He buys businesses for Peter Thiel. That's like Rogan's good friend. Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah. Hoodwink me once, hoodwink me again. This is Patrick Bet David discussing how he really felt about the debate. Oddly enough, talking about this with Glenn Beck. I found this to be very odd. Like, why are you talking about this with Glenn Beck of all people? But let's go.
Everybody was asking for a debate. Everybody walks away. I think I saw some things that I didn't know. But I got frustrated with it. What were your thoughts on that debate? What did you come away with thinking?
Here's what I got away thinking. So let's set the business aside on how they both benefited, financially. Let's set that aside because it's really about Charlie. I think somebody else needed to be in that seat than Andrew Wilson to have the debate. I think Andrew Wilson made the offer, and
somebody else had to be in the seat. That is gold. I love that Patrick Bet-David just said that. He's basically saying Andrew was not the guy. Well, basically, he's saying Andrew was not the guy to be with Candace. That is hilarious. And you know what I love? Patrick did it anyway. He was like, listen, I'm a numbers guy, okay? This is going to make a lot of dollars. So here's the thing. Adam, hear me out. I know you're getting mad. Vinny, calm down. I'm going to say yes, okay? And I'm not going to take any of the dollars. Now, I know that's crazy. Tom, calm down there. I'm a numbers guy. This hasn't changed, guys. I'm not going to take the dollars, but I'm going to stream it on our platform, okay? And then from there, we're going to get the dollars. But not only that, we're going to get the notoriety that we're the type of people where you can have these conversations, okay? Ever since we did this interview with Bibi, okay, and they asked me to run Iran, okay, people have been thinking maybe I'm not a numbers guy. Maybe I'm a $7,000 guy, okay? I don't want to be known as a $7,000 guy. I want to be known as a numbers guy, okay? So we're going to do this. That's what he did. So that's how he felt the whole time, but still did it anyway. But I guess you can switch moderators. You can't just switch the person who does the debate, right? It had to be Andrew.
they accepted it. Candace did, and she said yes, came in, and believe it or not, Candace is like, let's go through it, and both of them were open to the ideas. The negotiation was tough going into it, but I think there needed to be somebody else on that seat having that conversation. Either do it the right way or don't. What did we learn? We learned, Candace conceded on a couple things. I think Andrew, seemed, Candace was very poised. Andrew was trying to get his messaging across on the logic side. I think logically, some could say Andrew won 60, 70%. I think poised, some would say Candace won 60, 70%. But at the end of the day, once the verdict comes out and what's being said, we will learn what happened there. When their own family of, Tyler Robinson's family is coming out and saying that was the argument where, Andrew kept saying, how often do you see mother and father not pleading? They're not pleading because they're saying their son did it. So why do you think parents are not coming out? That was a good moment for Andrew Wilson, but I would have liked to have seen somebody else sit across from Candace instead of Andrew, but kudos to both of them for doing it. Look, you're either an Andrew fan or you're a Candace fan or you're not. So it's not like, if you're not a fan of Candace, I don't think a lot changed. If you're not a fan of Andrew or even knew who he was, the most important poll we ran was the following. Team Candace, Andrew changed my mind. Team Andrew, Candace changed my mind. And the numbers were the same. I think it was 7% for Andrew changed my mind, and I think Candace was 6%. So how much change happened there? We don't know. Did it benefit Charlie Kirk in any possible way? Some would say no, some would say yes. But we'll see. We'll see what I have. I just want this thing to be done with so everybody knows and we can move on and celebrate what an amazing patriot Charlie Kirk was and how many young boys' lives he changed. And I want to see that organization, that institution, being able to continue doing that because that's what matters the most.
Man, that is an insult to Andrew no matter how you slice it. No matter how you try to say, they did blah, 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 blah. Wow. That's very interesting. I would love to know. I never say this. But I would love to know what Andrew Wilson thinks about that. He probably doesn't like that. That's an insult. If you do a debate and somebody's just like, man, that you're definitely not the guy. Imagine saying, you got to picture this. Imagine saying it to someone's face. Oh man, you're definitely not the guy that we should do doing this with Candace. He'd be like, what? What do you mean? Oh, I just think it should be someone else with more information, more knowledge, better at debating. Probably they should be someone that works directly for Turning Points. I just don't think it should be you. You'd be like, what's happening? What did you just say to me? That would be very, very insulting. So, even the moderator is at the point where he's just like, I don't think it. That means he's basically saying Andrew lost. That's what he's basically saying. He's basically saying Andrew lost. Should have been someone else. If he won, and he proved everything, it's like, okay, well then this was the perfect person. The guy who won clearly is the perfect person. But no, that's not what happened. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's move on to some other stuff here. What did you have to say here? Getting to it late, little late, touch late. You were a little late. All right, we were both late. It's fine. It is spooky, but we don't need to stand up more. Don't we have to tell them to F off more? Who's them? Those type of people? Yeah, those creators, you know, that Tom guy actually handled Gary in a really good way. He was just kind of like, I remember he doesn't always do this. Like, I haven't seen him do this recently. I think it was one of his X feeds. He was just like, he's like, who are you? He's like, you work. He's like, you're this person who's like a Fed. It seems like you're getting paid. He's like, why don't you just shut up? He's like, shut the F up. That was the first exposure I got to that Tom guy at all. He's like, shut up. He's like, why are you talking? Why are you even speaking? And that's kind of the attitude that we should have. You know, a lot of people have this, in my opinion. I've seen creators do it. I think it's dumb. They have this dumb idea that they're like, oh man, I'm going to have like, this is going to be really good. And the problem is they're thinking about it from a standpoint of trying to become an authority, right? I always rail against this. Again, not against being an authority, but if you think of yourself like an authority, it's like a comedian that calls himself an artist, like a YouTuber who's like, I am an authority on this subject. I don't like that, but they do it from that standpoint, and they're like, I'm going to have this conversation. We're going to have a little bit of a debate. It's going to be this little talk. And then they have a little thing with Gary or whoever. And it's like, this is dumb. It's just dumb. Oh, I'm going to do, like, even the Brett Weinstein thing with Viva. It's like, that. I don't know. Like, it's just, do what you want, of course. Everybody can do what they want, but it's just dumb. It's just dumb. It doesn't do anything. It's just helping them do it. It seems like there are some people who are paid, right? And you're just giving them this platform to just spread the misinformation, disinformation, whatever it is, the narrative, whatever you want to call it. It's just weird. It's like, why are you doing that? There's no point in this. You're not talking to a regular person, you know? Not at all. Not even slightly. Someone said I should start a channel. You should right away. You shouldn't wait at all. Like, as you're saying it, you should be doing it right now. It should be done. By the time I'm done this live stream, you should have a channel up and have a video up. Why not? It doesn't have to be an hour-long video. It could be 5 minutes. It could be 10 minutes. Could be 10 minutes. Go ahead. Yeah. I always tell people they should start channels. Start them right away. Anyways, guys, let's get into this. We got some stuff from Diligent Dennison here. I found very interesting. Let me see here. So this is Diligent. I'm going to show you a few things from Diligent here. This is just what randomly popped up. He said there are 3 cameras at Washington County Sheriff office that would have caught the exact time Tyler Robinson turned himself in on the 11th, 2025, after Charlie Kirk was passed away. The state says it does have the footage, but refuses to release it because why? It says release it because it. So I'm just gonna say why. Anyway, so this is him showing us what it looks like in that place. Again, doing a lot of legwork.
All right, we are here at the Washington County Sheriff's, where Tyler Robinson turned himself in, accompanied by Mike Mitchell, retired sheriff, and his parents last year on September the 11th, 2025, the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. We're mapping out the cameras. There's one right here that would have caught them as they brought him in, what vehicle they were in, what time they came, and where they went. There's also, as we saw, 2 more cameras inside the sheriff's office.
And there's a camera right there. I won't get you on camera. So there are three cameras.
All right.
That's interesting. So somebody's like, I live, what are you saying? What are you saying, person? You're like, you live 3 minutes from there and can prove he is wrong. I don't care. Okay. Like, what do you think I'm going to be like? Okay, get a camera. Okay, you got it. Okay, link over here. Okay, here. Oh, here it is, guys. I don't care. And on top of that, I don't believe you. That's why I'm being like this. I don't believe you. I don't believe you can prove that he's wrong about these cameras because he's showing them. That's the thing. He's already done the research into what cameras they are and how they work and what capabilities they have. And then he's just showing us more cameras. And you're going to be like, I can prove he's wrong. Okay. And the fact that you live 3 minutes from there is like your thing that's making you say this? Okay. Have fun. You live 3 minutes from there. I'm going to be live for another, I don't know, hour and a half. Go do it. And then tag me on X. Have fun. Bye-bye. If you don't do it, then we will all think you were lying. Okay? Have fun. I just sent you on a side quest. Have fun on your side quest. A Coach Colin side quest for you. So there's that camera. There's that camera. This is what I found very interesting. I'm just saying. I mean, I'll make it a little bigger for you guys. I mean, what's going on here? What? I know it's the sheriff symbol, I guess. What's happening here? I don't know. Okay. All right. Little on the nose there. Little on the nose there, Utah. That was a little bit much. That's all I'm saying there. That was a little much, Utah. I don't know. I don't really know what that was. Someone said Jeffrey designed that building. Jeffrey designed that building. 2 weeks after they said he passed away, he went and designed that building. This is classic Utah. This is classic Utah, you know? What? I caught that yesterday. I was like, what is that? I'm like, that's a weird thing on the roof like that. And it's a hole. I was like, this is a little odd. What is that? That's an odd skylight. A skylight? I ain't never seen a skylight look like that before. But this is Diligent. That's crazy. That's not even a skylight. It's just black. That's weird, man. I'm just saying. That's kind of weird. This is a weird design. Yeah, if it was on a wall, it wouldn't even be as weird. I don't know. But he's saying there's cameras there. He's saying that these cameras should be able to catch him. Should be able to catch what happened with Tyler Robinson. We were all under the mindset that there was only one camera that could catch Tyler as he was turning himself in, as they say, and apparently there are more. So they say they don't have the footage because one camera was off. I believe that was the story, that the camera was off at the time. That means there would be 3 cameras off at the time. Okay. Weird. Very weird. But what else we have from Diligent? Oh, no, we have something else from Diligent as well. Check this out. Check this out. Shout out to Diligent Dennison. According to Tyler Robinson's family, Tyler told his parents he did not off Charlie. Tyler never confessed to anyone. Tyler's parents were with him at the Washington County Sheriff in the afternoon on the 11th, and his phone was taken immediately. How'd he send the Discord? Now, Barron has already touched on that in terms of when he was Mirandized. I don't know about you, but that from Barron, that's when I learned the word Mirandized because I had not heard it used so many times ever. But Diligent Dennison also obtained these text messages. I don't know how this works or what family member he was talking to. Yeah, I have to check. I should actually message him. Or maybe he's already posted it. I want to know who that person was that he was... I want to know who that person was he was talking with. The family member. I don't know if you guys didn't see the episode. There was a family member that he had. It looked like Tyler's grandmother, and he was inside of her house. So I'm just wondering about that. Anyways, there's text messages right here. Diligent, of course, has music over it. Of course. I don't even have to ask the question. Of course there is. So this is June 28th, 2026. This person is saying, I assume it's Diligent, maybe not. So just to be clear, Tyler told his dad, Matt, that he did not off Charlie Kirk. This person says that is correct. Then this person says, does Tyler's parents think he offed Charlie? They say no. Then the person says here, another question is, did the parents call the bishop because they thought Tyler was guilty or out of fear for his safety? And then the person simply says safety. That's just in the first part. Let's keep going. Silence that. Let's see here. See if there's any other text messages that pop up or if they're just going to circle these things. I think there might be more. Okay. When they called the bishop, did they tell him that Tyler offed Charlie? No, they were concerned for his safety. So the time the retired sheriff came and picked up Tyler and his parents was on September 11. In the afternoon? Yes. Very interesting. Let's keep going here. Let me see this. Any more? And then they just say that is correct. Oh, sorry. So Tyler never told his parents, the bishop, or the sheriff who gave them a ride that he offed Charlie Kirk. This person says that is correct. This is very interesting, man. If that's actually Tyler Robinson's family member, I don't know why people aren't talking about this. It seems like Diligent does a lot of work that people don't talk about as much as I think they should. But, I mean, who am I, right? I can only just do this in front of you guys. But very weird. Who is the family member? What is going on? Now, obviously, this is the same stuff that Candace was saying. So maybe Diligent is talking to the same person. Maybe this is another person. It would be better if it was another person completely. It would be a lot better because then that would be two different people giving the same story. But this is crazy. This is nuts. Nobody's talking about this. Nobody was like, oh my gosh, Diligent, look what you just showed everybody. Everybody's just kind of like, okay, it's another thing from Diligent. Like, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. He's pretty on point with his work. Shouted him out many times. Where is he going now? Meeting with an attorney today to deliver potential exculpatory evidence in the Tyler Robinson case. Please pray for truth. So this is actually why he got an attorney. Andrew Wilson was talking about this, and he was like, oh, he got an attorney. Huh? Okay, well, I guess he's scared. No, it seems like he's trying to give evidence in the meeting with an attorney to deliver potential evidence in the Tyler Robinson case. Huh. Wow. Well, pray nothing happens to this guy. Jeez. I have to watch some of this guy's live stream stuff a lot more. Then he also had this. He said, if I told you that this was one of Lance Twig's gaming buddies, would you believe me? If I told you this gaming buddy was facing life in prison 5 months before Charlie Kirk was offed and got just 3 years probation right after what happened to Charlie, would you believe it? Whoa, really? See what I mean? Like, he has a lot of stuff. So apparently he is saying that this is Lance's gaming buddy. And this is what his profile looks like, a gaming profile that he has, which is a little on the nose. Mr. Wachuka would be like, tone it down. Tell him to tone it down. Tell him to tone that down. It says he's calling BB. Hey, tell him to tone it down. Okay, it's too much. Mr. Wachuka doesn't appreciate stuff like this. Not even slightly. Anyway, let's see here. I need someone to teach me how to see who friends follows and following are on Roblox. Wow. These guys were playing Roblox. What nerds. Weren't they in their 20s? Isn't this guy like in his late 20s, mid 20s, playing Roblox? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, the force is strong with this one. Yeah, right? It's crazy. This is a bit much. This is a bit much, man. Look down here. Look down there on the screen. This is a little crazy, buddy. You got a little too much going on here. Currently wearing. So he wears all those things? I don't know. Very weird. Very weird, you know. Yeah, I've heard all the bad things about Roblox. I don't advise anybody with kids to be playing that game. I think it's a little crazy. But either way, that is what Diligent has been showing us as of yet. Nobody has really commented on it. So, not sure what to make of that, honestly. Let's go over here. Let me just write down this 3 hours, 30 minutes. There we go. No, I'm not signaling 33. I just got to write down the timestamp. Okay. Okay. Anyway, let's get into something more important. Okay. Lady Gaga has a new biotech startup called Outer Bio that uses donated human skin that would otherwise be thrown away after surgeries. The tissue is kept alive in a lab where scientists test thousands of potential ingredients on real human skin. Those results are then used to train AI better to predict new compounds that are most likely to be safe and effective. The goal is to reduce animal testing, accelerate the discovery of new skincare ingredients, and advance research into skin diseases. Fine. Whatever, man. Whatever. It's not even the worst thing going on right now. Whatever. Fine. That's how it's going to be. Then that, in the great words of Jack Posobiec, if that's how it's going to be, then that's how it's going to be. I don't know what else to say anymore, guys. Fine. That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. Are you guys going to throw away all that skin? Huh? What? Yeah, we put it in this. What? Why are you even in here? We just wondering what you're going to do with all that skin. If we could just borrow it for research. Security, Lady Gaga's here with someone. They're asking for skin? Oh my gosh. Probably $1 billion industry. Let me tell you something. Probably $1 billion industry. Fine. You know? I mean, you know, it's fine. Like, you know, I hope this is fake. That's all I'm hoping. I'm hoping that this is not real and it's just a fake thing. That's what I'm hoping. But the more I look into things like that and I'm like, oh, well, maybe this is fake. And it just seems like every time it's just like, nope, not fake. This is real. That's real. That's real. Over and over again, I go, well, that has to be fake. And and time after time, they just things keep popping up saying, nope, not fake. Not fake. I mean, there you go. Bioscientist is a biotech startup co-founded by Lady Gaga and Michael Polinsky that utilizes living human skin tissue to discover new cosmetic ingredients to study skin biology. The company sources de-identified skin samples, primarily from plastic surgery leftovers. The worst type of leftovers. Oh, the fact that they call them leftovers. Oh God. Can we have the leftovers? What? What are you guys doing? Can we have the leftovers? You just did a BBL and a tummy tuck? We're just wondering if we could have the leftovers. Oh my gosh. And the people who do plastic surgery, I mean, those guys are demons. Those guys are evil anyways. You see what they do to people's faces, right? What did Bill Burr say back in the day? He said he makes they look like lizards, make your face look like a lizard. Those guys don't care about anything. So those guys were just like, how much you paying for these leftovers? You know, just a whole batch of them. You want these leftovers? Huh? What are you guys willing to pay for these? These are some good leftovers I got here. Huh? This is actually amazing. The black girls taste the best. Anyway, what do you guys want to do with these leftovers? Do you need black or do you need white? I got pretty much both. I keep them all in that drum. I've been keeping them for a while just for my own thing. I don't really want to get into it. But if you guys want some, if you guys want some, you can have some. You know, just disgusting. Oh my God. It's just the worst. The worst. Yeah, someone said any relation to Roman Polanski. I don't know. Here, well, we're already in here. Let's ask him. Let's see. Let's ask. Is he related to Roman Polanski? Let's see. Let's see if that's the same. If he is, that's crazy if he is. That's terrible. If he is, that's terrible. That's just the worst thing ever. I hope not. Is Michael Polanski Roman Polanski's son? That's what it's searching for. I didn't even say that. I said, is he related to Roman Polanski? It's doing its own thing here. No, he's not related to Roman Polanski. They have similar names, both Polish ancestry. Okay. So they're not related. And you know what? I don't know. Maybe this thing just doesn't know whether or not they're related, honestly. Because they seem to have the same type of taste. You know? The same type of weird taste. Well, what did you do? Why don't you ever come back to America? Oh, well, there's this thing I did, and I don't know. I don't know. I've gotten tired of America, so I just stay elsewhere. What do? Well, I like to gather up human skin, and I test it. I test certain things on it. I like to buy human skin and rub blush samples on it. What? I like to buy human skin and put lipstick on it. What the fuck? What? I just put lipstick on it. It sounds insane. It's crazy this is a real thing. And of course Lady Gaga's involved. Of course. Funny enough, not related to Roman Polanski, but Lady Gaga has an alter ego, something inside of her that is called Roman. This alter ego comes out when she's performing. She says it's called Roman. She often will, there's been times where she is dressed like a guy and she just calls herself Roman. Nicki Minaj has the same thing, Roman. So pretty weird. She's something else though. She's odd. She's an odd one. But there you have it, guys. I figured I'd just bring that to you as a little as a palate cleanser going into the other subjects. Oh my gosh. So funny. This person yesterday, I covered what they were doing with Andrew's text messages and their own text messages. She said that in Telegram, you can change the sizes. So that's what she's thinking. So she is like retracting this research. She's like, I don't know. It was more of you can change the sizes, and maybe that's why there's this whole mix up with the text sizes. So that was interesting. She reached out to me. She's like, oh no, she felt so bad. I'm like, I don't care. Like, who cares? I'm like, I'm just exploring theories. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I didn't exactly think you were right anyway. Yeah, I just thought it was a thing that we should cover and look into a little bit. But no one has been able to explain away the crookedness of the actual text messages unless Andrew received a picture of a picture. That is the only thing that makes sense. That came to my mind last night, is that someone could have took a picture of it and then been crooked with it. I don't know. Other than that, I have no idea. But I'm sure someone can explain that away as well, what I just said. Anyways. Yeah. So, somebody keeps bringing up the force. Like, why are you bringing up that skin? Why are you bringing up that skin so much? Like, relax, guys. Like, jeez. So weird. Like, we get it. Okay. This is not a brisk. Okay. We're not at a brisk right now. You don't have to keep on bringing up that type of skin. Don't worry. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's get into this Lindsey Clancy thing really quick. Very weird stuff from this Lindsey Clancy character. I don't know much about her. I didn't realize she was paralyzed. I was like, oh my gosh. So she jumped out a window? I was shocked by that. I was like, are you for real? Jumped out a window, paralyzed herself, apparently, right? A lot of people think the husband did it. Let me just call that segment Skin Company. That's what we'll call that segment that we just did. Skin Company. How about that? Someone said another Helen Keller. Come on. How dare you? How dare you? I'm talking about Lindsey here. Monster to most, hero to some, apparently. But I really like this guy. This guy, I don't know how to pronounce that name. It's like XV or something. I've seen this guy many times on TikTok. I've seen him on Instagram. I've mostly seen him on Instagram. And he has a great way of like breaking down stories. And this is his take on why people think that Lindsey's husband did it. So he's just a great storyteller. I don't know how to say this name. It's like XV or XV, but let's jump in. I don't know why. I feel like she's faking it. The paralyzation? Oh my gosh. You think she's faking being paralyzed? I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like, how do you prove it? You know, how do you prove it? What do you do? The only thing you could do is push her over. And that's bad. You got to be real sure of yourself. You got to be real sure of yourself if you're going to push her over. You got to be like, you got to really know what's going on because you're going to do it in front of a lot of people. And a lot of people are going to be upset that you did that. The only thing you could pray for is that she stands up and she's like, hey, what the heck, man? What's the matter with you? Can't just be, huh? Get up. I know you can. I know you can. What do you mean hands behind my back? What do you mean? No, come on. Get up. Show everybody. Going to jail, sir. Going to jail, sir. You know? Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you won't go to jail. Maybe so many people don't like her that people will just be like, hooray. I'm glad someone did it already. I don't know. You know? I'm sure it'll be a torn crowd. Anyway, let's jump into this guy's telling of this whole thing.
For help. The prosecution is saying, we agree, defense, we're all in agreement that the 3 kids, but we think she did it on purpose. We think the mental health system has nothing to do with it. We think she just wanted the 3 kids. Okay, so that is what the trial is about. And what happened in the situation, again, briefly, is her husband at the time, Patrick, went to go get food and medicine from CVS. And he comes back and Lindsey is outside on the floor. And she said she tried it herself. So she was paralyzed from the waist down. For how she tried to do it, she jumped from like a high place. And then she told him the 3 kids are in the basement. He went to the basement. He found the 3 kids, called the police. Okay. And then again, they go to trial. Okay. And they're in the middle of trial right now. And, you know, many people are split between this case for multiple reasons. The main question is, can you blame Lindsey Clancy for what happened? Can you say it was all her fault and she should full on go to jail for the 3 kids, even though she was, you know, basically screaming out, I'm a danger. Like there's a, you know, I'm depressed. I'm anxious. I feel like myself, like, and the system isn't, they're just giving her pills and they're just like, we don't quite know what to do. She was on 13 different prescriptions at one point. So side note, Lindsey Clancy and her team are also have a civil suit against many people in the mental health system for you know, the way they went about treating her. Now, you know, so yeah, the question is whether you believe it is her fault. And also there's other questions as to whether people are saying whether Lindsey did it at all, because Patrick, her husband at the time, came out with his rendition of what happened, and people noticed some inconsistencies in the story or his story, and not so much inconsistencies, but questions popped up in his story. Because I need you to listen to these times very closely, because that's going to be a big part of this video here. So
bro, his energy is so low. Whenever you see him on Instagram, his energy's never like this. Never, no matter what he's talking about. I was hoping for that type of energy in this video. Hold on a second. And then, of course, it's the day my Instagram's not working. Of course it is. Of course it is. Here, let me see if I can find something here. If he's talking about this on Instagram, the shift in energy that you are going to see is going to be so crazy dramatic. It's just such a shift in his energy. You won't even understand how it's the same person. Let me see here. Let me see. And there it is. There it is. Let me see. What do we got here? Does he have the one video? He has this video. Let's see what he has to say here.
You see, Lindsey Clancy has a problem. She's currently...
Go.
Lindsey Clancy has a problem. She's currently on trial for premeditatively in her 3 kids. Now, the word premeditatively is the key word here. It basically means she thought about it, she planned it, she did it. The defense said that's a damn lie. She did it. She just didn't plan.
You see how different this is? You see how different it is? Wow. Dramatically different.
And to do it. She was going through psychosis at the time. See, this case is a little more complicated than it may seem, but first we got to understand what happened. You see, one day Patrick, who was Lindsey's husband at the time, was working from home. After he finished working, he said, "Look, Lindsey, we don't got time to cook, so you want me to go pick something up?" Lindsey said, "Yes, absolutely." So as Patrick's leaving, Lindsey texts him at 5:15 p.m. Remember that time. "One of our 3 kids needs medicine from the CVS. Can you pick it up on your way to get food?" He said, "Bet." So Patrick goes to the CVS, picks up the medicine for the kids. He calls Lindsey, says, "Hey, is this the right thing?" She says, "Yeah." He goes to the restaurant, picks up the food, drives home. When he gets to his house, this is a model of his house, by the way, everything was quiet. He said that's a little weird, so he starts calling out to everybody, his kids and Lindsey. Nobody answers. Eventually, he finds Lindsey outside on the floor. He asked her what happened. She said she tried to herself. He said, "Okay, where are the kids?" She said they're in the basement. So Patrick goes to the basement and finds the 3 kids, calls the police. Police pull up. Everyone is in agreement of what happened. Patrick said, "That happened." Lindsey said, "That did happen." Prosecutor said, "That happened." Police said, "That happened." Lindsey's defense said, "Yeah, everything Patrick said happened." People are even in agreement about what happened before that took place. Lindsey said, "I was very, very depressed. I was experiencing psychosis. I was seeking help from mental health professionals, from everyone around." Patrick said, She absolutely was. Her defense says, yes, she was. The mental health professionals come out and say, yeah. She called me. We prescribed her this. She was absolutely seeking help. Everyone's in agreement with that. But the twist is the defense is saying, well, you see that she was seeking all of this help. That's why she was experiencing a lot of mental health issues. And the prosecution is saying, no. That's just an excuse. The kids, because she wanted to. Now that you know what happened, here's where things start to get wicked. I'm going to give you facts. We about to get to the nitty gritty of it. First fact, Lindsey, when she tried it herself, it involved her jumping from a high place. She's paralyzed from the waist down because of it. The defense said, you see that she tried it herself for real. She really has mental health issues. Prosecution said, I don't know. She was getting help. Like, what y'all mean? This right here is one of the people that was helping her. The defense said, well, I'm glad you brought this person up because the help she was getting is actually the problem. The defense goes to the psychiatrist lady. I forgot her name. The defense said, okay, all the stuff you was giving her, like, was it working? She said, I mean, we was working on it. It wasn't quite. So you didn't do your job for real. That was basically the psychiatrist's argument with the defense. And it was really intense. He was damn near cussing her out, talking about, I found a mistake on your paperwork. What's going on with that? She said, you're trying to make it seem like I'm stupid. It was just like a typo. He said, a typo? Ooh, a typo. She said, ooh, you rage baiting me. The judge had to come in. He said, hey, y'all gotta chill. Not in my courtroom. The defense said, oh, so you making typos? You prescribing her whatever, this and that? We just giving her whatever we want. Matter of fact, give me another psychiatrist. Next psychiatrist, pull up. Next psychiatrist, pull up. The defense said, so what was you prescribing her? This, that, and the third? He's next psychiatrist. He start calling psychiatrists out. Turns out she had like 13 prescriptions. Another psychiatrist pull up and said, yeah, she did pull up and say she wanted her stuff. She said it was getting real bad. The defense said, okay, so what did y'all do? I just said, well, we didn't do anything. The defense said, excuse me? Yeah, they said, yeah, the rules state that you got to have a plan about yourself before we can actually commit you to something. But, I sent her some resources, and the defense said, where are the resources you sent her? Said, you know what? I actually didn't send her resources. So you can probably see where Lindsey's defense is coming from. They're saying, look, the mental health system failed her. In fact, Lindsey and her defense have a separate civil case where they're suing many people in the mental health system. The prosecution is saying, nah, that still wouldn't have drove her to her kids. That part she did on purpose. She might have had mental health issues, but not bad enough that she did that on purpose. You could see by the text she's sending people, like she seemed that she was sound of mind. Like,
don't you, isn't this like two separate things? Like, don't you still go to jail or whatever is supposed to happen if you do something and then there's another side where you're trying to do some stuff? Isn't that how that works? I don't know. I figure that's how that works. I don't know. You guys have seen me do this with Turning Point many times where I just go, if that was me taking out SD cards, they put me in jail. I think I'd be in jail too. I think there'd be no discussion if this was me. I think they would just put me in jail. I think they would do the same thing to you. I don't think there would be, or maybe not. I don't know. She seems regular until we look into her family and it's like, oh, her family's like related to that child's family. And, oh, her grandfather is a 33-degree Mason. Oh my gosh. He was a Mormon. He's from Utah. And he's, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's usually how it turns out. But I don't know. Seems like two different cases. Like, wouldn't you discuss that other thing after? Couldn't the judge be like, listen, you can sue all those people after. We're just going to get you in jail really quick. We're just going to put you in jail really quick. And we're just going to go with this first. And then all that other stuff, you can bring me that case after. We can go ahead and cover that after. Isn't that how that works? I don't understand. It's very weird. So I guess a lot of people are saying she's innocent because of the mental health thing. I don't know if it works that way. Isn't that what, I'm pretty sure that's what the dude who went after that Ukrainian girl in the subway, I think he tried to say that too. I'm pretty sure there was a video of him talking about saying that the agency put something in his brain that made him do it. I don't know if you guys ever heard that. Like he was saying that. So he was saying he's not responsible for what happened to that girl. And they didn't buy that at all. They were like, you're going to jail, good sir. Goodbye. So I think she's going to jail, guys. I don't know who's on her side or not on her side. I think she's going to jail. And I think if there's any penalty, they're probably going to do that too. Like the D penalty. They're probably going to end up doing that. Maybe not. I don't know. Pretty crazy. I don't get it. This whole thing is very disturbing, very wild. Again, I'm not going to say she's off the hook, but when I see stuff like this, I maybe as a Christian, even when I wasn't a Christian and I would see stuff like this, I'd be like, oh, it's demons. I was, even when I was like all new age, I was like, no, there's demons around all the time. Like they're always doing things. That's what that seems like. That seems insane. Seems insane. And again, we talk about the world, and the world is always trying to handle things in the worldly way when it's a spiritual thing that's afoot. They're always trying to do that. And that's what we're all taught to do. We're not taught to handle things in a spiritual sense when there's something really wicked happening or being even put upon us or acting through us. We're just taught to ignore that part and we'll handle it this way. And then she ends up with 13 prescriptions. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's nuts. Anyway. That's
Lindsey Clancy.
Oh, I reset. And then people think the husband did it because the husband left at a certain time and the CVS was 7 minutes away or maybe 4 minutes away. But for some reason, the cameras didn't catch him there until like 20 minutes later. And then when they asked him why he didn't, like what happened, he was like, oh, I don't know. He's like, I might have stayed in my car, might have not. And then I saw some other girl. I didn't save the video. I saw some other girl posting. And she was showing the fact that he's already with another lady. And the lady looks like Lindsey, which is weird. And then that's why people think like he's not grieving properly. I mean, we've talked about this before in history, in recent history. People grieving in very odd ways makes them very suspect. How about that? That's how people feel when they don't see people grieve in proper ways. So he's already with someone, apparently. I don't know. The whole thing is weird. But that lady's going to go to jail. Yeah. Sorry if some people don't like that. She's going to jail. Of course she's going to jail. What are we talking about here? She's not going to go to jail? Oh, that's insane. She's going to jail. Obviously. Everyone grieves differently. I know. Right? Sparklers sometimes. Sometimes they have the event of the century, you know? Everybody does it differently, I guess. I don't know. Pretty crazy. Anyway. That case, you know, the people who are talking about the husband, I would love to hear more about that, but I haven't seen all that much. You know, what I really am concerned with is why are all you guys acting like you listen to Dolly Parton music? Can I just ask you guys? There's 3,700 people here. Why do you guys all act like you listen to Dolly Parton music? I mean, rest in peace to Dolly Parton. She actually did die. Somebody said they were looking it up and they didn't see it. Yeah, she's gone. She's gone at 80 years old. Just 4 days after saying, I still have so many things I want to achieve. Well, that's what old people say. It's fine. She achieved everything. She's Dolly Parton. She's like literally, if you look at Dolly Parton's life, I don't know if you guys know anything about it. It's pretty crazy, but she's achieved everything. She did everything that she could possibly do. Every single thing she could possibly do. And she stayed a bombshell through the entire thing. I mean, there's nothing else you could really ask for, right? Like what else could you really ask for? She did it. She did life. She did it like when? Today, like just now. She did it like Betty White. Or is it Betty White? That lady that was almost 100 years old? She did it like her. There's nothing else to achieve. She's been doing music for 60 years, probably more. Probably almost 70 years she's been doing music. She did it all. She's been in movies. She's been acting. She's done music. She's done concerts. She's collabed with all sorts of people you couldn't possibly think of. She did it all. She's fine. You know, she did every single thing you could possibly do. Wasn't caught up in any crazy scandals. There was no crazy scandals. There was no recordings of her being like, let me tell you about these N-words. None of that stuff. You know, she came up in a different time where the famous people were recluse and you didn't know too much about them. So, you know, she did her thing. She did her thing, you know. Some people pass and it's just like, man, they didn't get to do it. They didn't get to do the things. And then other people pass and you're like, oh, you did everything, you know. You did everything. You're good. You're passing away well lived, you know. She's not going to get to heaven and God be like, man, you didn't do it. I thought you were going to do all this stuff. Nah. She's going to get to heaven and God's going to be like, that was all right. That was all right. You made some great songs. Jesus is back there playing them right now. Go check it out. She's in heaven now. I look at death a lot differently now. I guess it's because of Christianity. And she was also one of those people where she wasn't like, everything's going to go gray when I pass away. Everything goes black and there's no spirit. She wasn't like that. She actually had faith. So she had faith. You know, she lived an incredible life. I think she leaves behind some children and grandchildren. I'm pretty sure. Man, that's all you can do. Hopefully she passed away around her family. That's the only thing that I would worry about. Whenever I hear about people passing away, like George Carlin so sadly passed away just like in a hotel room. You know, he was just old. He was just old and he just in a hotel room because he was just on tour. You know, I just hope that's not how she passed away. How did she pass? That's the only thing I hope. Because that's sad. When that happens, my dad passed away by himself. And it's always sad when you hear that. On Tuesday, she died peacefully on Tuesday in Nashville, Tennessee at the age of 80. Her nephew announced her passing via video on Instagram, noting that she had been dealing with health challenges and had previously canceled performances to undergo medical procedures. Specific cause of death was not provided by her family or publicist, though she had disclosed ongoing issues with her immune and digestive system and recent treatment for kidney stones. There you go. Well, again, passed away peacefully. I mean, when you think about it, I think about this all the time with passing away. It's like, best case scenario is you pass away with your kids around you, upset, and hopefully your grandkids and everyone that loves you, and they're just upset to see you go. That's the best case. That's the best case scenario. And it is the best thing, It really is. It just sucks because we want to stay here so bad because it's all we know. It's all we think we know, right? So when we hear someone leave, it's sad. But in reality, it's probably absolutely incredible. It is probably incredible to experience what it's all really about. I always talk about this near-death experience that this guy had when I was like looking into. I actually interviewed a hospice nurse, and there's this guy who has this experience, near-death experience. She didn't tell me this, but I was just researching it as I was researching things she was talking about. And he had a near-death experience, and he was going through this tunnel, right, to the light, and he was seeing all these things beside him, and he was really scared, and then all of a sudden it wore off, and he started thinking about his life. This is what he said. Started thinking about his life, and the thing that came to him was, I can't believe I thought I was that person all that time. That's what came to his mind. Like, that was the thought he was having, because he started realizing that he's not that person, and he's actually this like energy that's like moving through, angel, spirit, soul. And then he gets to a place where it's almost like he's in transition, and a bunch of people come up to him and they're like, do you remember us? And they're kind of like giddy, and they're kind of laughing, and they're like, do you remember us? Like, and they're like looking at each other like, guys, he doesn't remember us. Like, whoa. And he's like kind of remembering them, but he doesn't really remember them. He's like, I don't know. And then all of a sudden he said some other big person came, right? They were like this big, like, they were kind of glitching in and out entity. And the person was like, do you want to sit and talk about what you just went through? Like everything? And he was like, yeah, I'd like to talk about it. And he's like, okay. He's like, let's sit and talk about it. And he was just talking about it and everything. And he's like, okay. He's like, listen, you have to go back. He's like, you're not passing away. And he said, as he was having the conversation, he started remembering everything. And those people that came up to him were like his brothers and family. And he's like, I don't want to leave and go back to that place. He's like, I'm here. He's like, I can just stay. He's like, my family will be fine. And whatever this person was, this angel, was like, no, you have to go back. There's still more for you to do. And he was like, no. And the thing was kind of just like, you're going back. And then it kind of like glitched and everything. And then he woke up. And that was a crazy near-death experience to hear about. Very, very weird. Very weird stuff. So I always think of that. I think of that, and I think of heaven. I think of Christ, and I think of the reward that you're, Baron's, rest in peace to his friend that passed away. Baron kept saying he's going to get his reward, right? And that's the reward of eternal life. You have faith. You give your life to Christ. You move with that in mind through all your days, and there is a reward of eternal life that's promised. And it's through the fact that you have this eternal soul inside you, and you don't taint it, and you don't sell it. You don't dip it in baby oil or anything like that. And when you pass, you get this reward. So that has been the thing that comforts me more and more as I think about passing, about people I love, parents, because we're at that age where our parents start to go, and in-laws, and so it's interesting. It's interesting. So I'm not as afraid of it as I used to be. I used to be really afraid of it, really, really afraid of it. But now when I hear it, I'm like, man, they get to see the other side. And I really do think that there is another side. I'm so baffled when people are like, oh, I think it just goes black. Like, I know someone who thinks that way. I know a few people that think that way. They're like, when you die, it just goes black. And it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you think that tens of thousands of years of people telling you different from every single possible religion and belief system, and you think that's actually what happens? Like, okay, have fun with it, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, Dolly Parton, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Hope she's okay. I hope her family's okay. Right. That's the real thing to think about when you think about this notion of that, like how people pass and everything. That's the real thing to think about, is the people afterwards. And that's our real worry when we think, well, there's a fear to it as well because it's the unknown. But I mean, you know, that's the real thing. The people who are going to mourn you, and are they going to be okay? But you know they're going to be okay, right? You've watched them be okay through their whole lives. So, well, you do have to say, hope she's okay. I don't actually know her. I know that she's had faith just from seeing her, right? There is a worry when someone passes away. Again, right? Again, someone just said that in the comments, because you think when you die it's over, and it's not. There is a whole continuation that goes on for eternity. So yeah, hope they're okay. They are transitioning. The same way you look at Alan Watts talks about this. I'm going to get into some Hayden stuff really quick, but Alan Watts talks about this. Oh, I actually have to get the supers. It's already 4 hours in. Alan Watts talks about this. He goes, where were you before you were born? He's trying to like kind of ration to people like what happens when you pass away. He goes, can you remember where you were before you were born? He's like, okay. He's like, well, in death, that's the same thing that's going to happen. Like you're just passing through. Like you just, you know, and like a lot of people don't get that. You're just passing through. You don't remember where you were before you were born, but you were obviously something, but you just turned on. Like, that's it? That's how it works? No. You were somewhere and you came here, right? That's why, what does God say in the Bible? I'm going to butcher it. I'm sure some of you know. I already knew you in the womb. I already knew you. How did he already know you? You're being stitched together. How did he already know you? Because he made you before that point, you know. Anyway, you know. Let's go here. Yeah, I want to go through the Hayden stuff. Yeah, no, I just don't have time today. We'll get to it though, you know. Before you were formed, there you go. Thank you so much. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Exactly. Yeah, it's, yeah, you got to think about it. There's a lot to it. There's two things that every religion and faith can believe in, is that there's an afterlife, okay? Or there's two things that a mass amount of people can agree on. There's only two things. Is that there's some kind of afterlife, right? And that none of us are allowed to go to Antarctica. I don't know why, but there's those two things have been agreed on by masses and masses of people. That there's an afterlife and that we're not allowed to step foot into Antarctica. We're not allowed to go where the research is and all these different things. We're only allowed to go in one little place in Antarctica, and we're not allowed to venture out. It's hilarious. Anyway, I always think about that. You have no, I have theories about Antarctica. I'm not gonna say it. I have theories about it though. I have a lot of theories about it. Let's get into these supers, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Coach. I'm starting a channel. I can say what I'm saying and not pay another creator to say it for me. Thank you again for the encouragement to step and be more. Oh man, that's great. That's great. It's great that it's you, because you seem well spoken. You seem to have some good theories on your mind. So that's good. Someone said Antarctica, absolutely. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. You see what I mean? Yeah, good for you, man. Good for you. Start it. Do it. Let me know when you get it up. When you get the channel up. When you get a video up. Roadblock has a lot of child stuff. People. Yeah, there's a lot. There was a guy that was covering all of this, and he got in trouble for some reason. He was basically being like digital Chris Hansen. He would go into the digital world, and he would basically be like Chris Hansen, and he was exposing hundreds, maybe even thousands of people who are engaging in disgusting behaviors in the Roadblocks world. Because it's like there's different, I don't know if they're called worlds or rooms or what, clubs, I don't know. But there is gross people all over it, like a crazy amount. So for some reason, he got in trouble when he exposed it. I think they banned him or something like that. Really weird. Really, I don't know the guy's name, but I think he was on. I'm pretty sure he was on Sean Ryan's podcast. I'm pretty sure he was on Sean Ryan's podcast, and they just got rid of him. Roadblocks. They got rid of him. So very weird stuff. Anyways, let's keep going. I do know about that. It's life in prison versus life in a psych ward. I don't know which one's worse. I don't know which one's worse. Life in prison versus life in a psych ward. Whew. You know, because if you're in some place for life, you eventually want to have conversations. Like, imagine you're not crazy, right? And for the rest of your life, you have to have conversations with crazy people, right? And the people who are there running things, they think you're crazy. So they don't talk to you like a regular person either. At least if you're in prison, you can have actual conversations with people. You know, you can talk with people. Hey, you can have back and forth. You're in a psych ward. Oh my gosh. And then eventually you'll become crazy. You'll be like Brad Pitt. What movie was that with Brad Pitt? 12 Monkeys? Was it 12 Monkeys, I think? You'd be like Brad Pitt going nuts. Oh, man. Dolly was deaf in the club. Beautiful, but bought. Was she? Was she? Oh, man. See, that's like when Chuck Norris passed away. People were like, Chuck Norris was a Zio Ranger. I'm like, oh, don't tell me anything about Chuck Norris, man. Leave it alone. Leave it alone, man. I don't want to know all that about Chuck Norris. This guy's ruining Dolly for us here. Been near-death experience twice. It's real. There you go. There you go. A lot of people have interesting stories. My friend had one as well. My good friend, who actually is saved now. He's Orthodox Christian. He had a very interesting one. There's Nancy Mace there. She was about to drop some knowledge on you guys. He had a very interesting one. He was in a crazy car crash where a car came, just worse fear. So he's coming this way. This car's going this way. It goes over the island and just comes right at him. Just like nothing you can do. Nothing you did wrong or anything. And he says as it was happening, it was like slow motion. He was just looking at it happening. He knew it was happening. It was crazy. And then he had this weird near-death experience where while everything was happening, he could see above himself. He could see the whole situation above himself. So the person that crashed, himself, everybody involved, the people who were in the ambulance, like everything. He could just see everything happening above him. Just such a trip, you know? Anyway, let's get to these coffees, ladies and gentlemen. The coffee crew is here. I see a video, of course. The truth doesn't disappear just because people stop looking for it. That's actually a good quote. I like that quote.
What up, though, Coach? What up, chat? Can you turn your mic up a little bit? It's just so low.
No.
I love your show.
No, you turn it up. You turn it up. You.
No, obviously. Like, I listen to it while I'm at work and be loud outside. Can't really hear much of anything you're saying. I can hear the clips just fine. But I think because your voice is so low.
Nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Not giving in. I watched Baron yesterday. He didn't give in. I was like, oh, good. Phew. Baron's like, nope, we're going to keep on going like it's not happening. I was just like, oh, good Lord. Perfect. And then you have people where I can hear just fine. It's just like, you just leave it. You can't please everybody. Nadia bought a coffee. Amy, who is having surgery, half saint, half scar. I don't know what this is, Amy. Thank you, Christ is King. What is this, Amy? Is this your book? Is this your daughter's book, the book about your daughter? Let me know. Send another video. Let us know how you're doing. She said something about getting fused from, I believe you said C2 to C7. I believe that's what you said. Yeah, I hope that's going okay so far for you. Rooting for Jesus. Coach, my husband and I are going to be leading a couples group at church. We're a little bit nervous, but it's been weighing heavy on our hearts, and we're trusting in God. Prayers for some guidance are definitely appreciated. Crisis King, thank you for all you do, for being vocal for your love of God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that a lot. Yeah, do it. I mean, when it comes to doing something like that, it's been weighing on your heart. You need prayers. You know what I hear? I hear this in a song that I listen to all the time. There's a song by someone named, I think it's Maya, but the song's called Pass Me Not. It's a really good song, especially if you're like deep in your faith. It's a really good song by someone that's like not dipped in baby oil or anything like that. And at the end, the person talks about praying for healing and how that's okay, but then you also have to pray for endurance, because you don't know which one's going to be in God's will for you. It's like, yes, you could be healed, but you may also have to endure through some things. So it's better to ask for both. And I think you need that as well, right? Some prayers for guidance. You need prayers for guidance, but then you also need prayers for endurance, and enduring through the times where no one shows up, because that happens. Trust me. In all things. I used to stream for 8 people. And I used to make videos for 6 people. 6 people would show up and view my videos. So you have to have the ability to endure through that stuff. So I pray both of those for you. I pray for the guidance, but I also pray for the endurance, because when you're building something, it's always hard. So in Jesus' name, please give these people guidance, but also give them endurance to get through the times where things are hard, through the peaks and the valley. Let me see here. Glamazon. That's a really cool name. I actually like that a lot. Sent you a YouTube by Divine Mercy on IG message. You'll love the map of St. Michael's sword. The map of his sword? Wow. Also, you should visit the cave of St. Michael on Mount, what is this, Gargano in Italy? Christ is King. The cave of St. Michael? Really? I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that existed. Let me see here. Hold on a second. The cave of St. Michael. I mean, oh, it looks crazy. Okay. All right, I'll check that out. Well, I mean, I'm not going to just go to Italy right now, but yeah, I'll keep it in mind. Greetings from Cape Cod. First time since the 7th that I'm catching you live. I flew to Boston, but have been in Yarmouth, Massachusetts. Yarmouth, Massachusetts. I will be home this weekend, missing you all. Ready to get back to my Monday to Thursday fill of the Mint Daddy crew and hilarious coach. Peace and good health to all. Hit the like, siempre, siempre. Hugs to Mrs. Coach and the Littles. P.S. My brother just said, this guy's effing hilarious. Ha! That's amazing. Thank you.
Fields of Black. Hi, everyone. Hello. How are you? We're doing some deep cleaning today, but just wanted to pop in and say hi, and that I miss you guys all. Peace and good health to everyone.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do appreciate that. We appreciate that a lot. Hello, hello, hello. I saw you in the chat earlier today, so I'm glad you got to catch up on it a little bit, you know. I didn't realize how important the chats are during live streams. I didn't realize how important it would be. At first, I was like, maybe I don't even need a chat, or maybe I don't need to replay it afterwards. But then I was like, man, that is, it's very important. I did not realize at all. And then I started going into Baron's chat because, you know, I'm in that community. So I was just like, and then you start to realize, like, yeah, it's actually really important. You know, it's, and then you're in Candace's chat as well. That chat's just crazy. It's just like, it's just way too quick. But it's still really important. And I just didn't realize, you know. And I thank you guys for showing me how important it is. You know, you guys are always talking, being friends in there, getting into arguments and whatnot. It's really important. Just a weekly just cuz Christ is King. Christ is King indeed. Someone said you need free Wilson, free Benny. Yeah, Benny does need to be free, you know. Candace's chat has tons of bots. Yeah, it does. It does. But, you know, I can see the people who are from here in there and from Barron's in there. So it's like I know somewhat who's real. But yeah, there are tons of bots. It's like it gets a little crazy. Hey, Coach, appreciate you telling us about what you're learning. I recently gave a speech about trust in his plan. Your videos today brought this to mind. It's hard because trusting God requires us to surrender the version of ourselves that wants to stay in control. We say we want transformation, but most of us want transformation without disruption. That's so true. We want growth without sacrifice, maturity without surrender. The problem is that life does not seem to work that way. The things we worry about are largely outside of our control anyways. Trust defeats my illusion of control. Blessings to you and your family. That is beautifully said. Correctish English. That is beautifully said. That is really, really well said. You're right. You know, you want the strength, but it's like, you know, it's like you want this. It's like the class. You want the six pack, but you don't want to work out. It's like you don't want to have to take an hour, 2 hours a day to do that. You just want the thing, you know? And that's, I guess, touching on to our whole, you know, instant gratification that we always want. We always want instant gratification. And I guess this is exactly, you know, that's so well said. We want transformation, but we want transformation without disruption. That's so true. Because I can relate to that. Because I'm very much like I have this shirt. I want to wear this shirt. I want to wear it every day. And this is the shirt I wear now. I don't care. My headphones are like this. My camera stays here. There's all like, I keep things the way they are. I'm going to go eat the same thing I always eat. I'm just going to do the exact same thing. And I don't like when things get disrupted. I don't like it at all. And I guess we're all kind of like that. You don't want that major disruption that comes from transformation. I mean, the other day I was crying in my car because of how good God is. You know, it felt really good, but that's a disruption in my natural life. Like that's like, okay, there's too much going on right now. You know, it's it's so true. You want growth without sacrifice. So true. You know, that is like one thing I know I've done is not smoking. Like I've told you guys many times, I would love to smoke weed. I would love to do it. I would love to not be sober and be able to be a person. I actually would. I don't look down on people that do that stuff at all. I love that stuff, but I just can't. Like, it's just not for me. For the person I want to be, it just doesn't work. Like, I can't mix those two things in. I can't mix in life with that and be the person that I am right now. It just doesn't work at all. So it's something that I give up that I really do want. You know, I was telling you guys, I love weed. I love the smell of weed. Oh, I love it. I love the way it looks. I love the way it smells. I love the way it rolls up. I love it when it breaks down real fine. I love it when you got to pull it apart. I love when your fingers get all sticky. Oh, I love it. But I can't do it. It's not my thing, you know? Yeah, it's and then maturity without surrender. Yeah. Great. That was great. Good for you, man. Or lady, I should say. Lady? I think I can't see your thing there. Let me see. Can I click through? I can't even click through. Good for you, person. Good for you, person. Ran screenshots of messages of Lance, Andrew Wilson, and possible Turning Point insider to leak to Candace through Claude AI. They have some of the same issues showing possibly being fake doctored. Apps are available to do this, and they are prone to making errors too. Yeah, I've seen that. Those apps that you can use, you know, I see that. But who knows? It seems like out of all of like Lance and Tyler seem fake because of the way that it's all worded and the time that they happened. That's what makes those seem fake. Andrew seem fake because they just it doesn't seem right. It seems weird. But I mean, you know, we'll see. I have a feeling we'll find some stuff out next week. Yes, Coach. 2:15 in New Zealand on the night shift. Love when you're on and love your show. Thanks for doing the LOLs. Thanks for doing the LOLs. I appreciate you. I appreciate you as well. Thank you so much, Laura. I thought you were going to say yes, Queen. I thought that's what you were going to say. Let me see here. Hilby. Always Hilby with the dissertations here. So you were talking about Charlie, how Charlie was a deep state figure and how powerful he actually was. Just reminded me of something that Andrew Wilson put out in his hostage video before he went to debate Candace Owens. He stated, Turning Point USA, the organization he left behind, the largest conservative college and high school outreach program currently in existence. The only organization in his lifetime to really get a foothold in academia. The thing conservatives have wanted for 60 years. As someone who can barely, now this is her talking, as someone who barely stepped into politics last year only to get hoodwinked to a level I've never seen, I thought this was a wild thing to say, but also just know that information to add it. Just know, wait, what? I thought it was a wild thing to say, but also to just know that information to add it to your speech. I just went to look up if that was a commonly known thing, though, because maybe I'm just really ignorant about all of that. And the main website that was quoted for phrasing almost exactly was the Texas Department of Education.gov. Trying to remember what in the Mortal Kombat Ultra happened 60 years ago. Anyway, so who exactly is writing for Andrew and these terrible speeches he's giving? I wish I could give you a timestamp, but I cannot suffer through that again. Also, starting to watch some of your older videos over the weekend once I got caught up, and I think I might try to make a few clips if you're okay with that. Never done clips before, but a lot of what you said in the past is prevalent now. Really? Anyways, thanks for all you do, Coach. Thank you. Yeah, do it. Do it. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you do it? Do it. Make some clips. Lainey made a clip recently. She posted on X, and it was a great clip. It's the clip of me singing, doing R&B and singing as BB. So check it out. You know. Candace Iron speaks. Did I read this one already? Thanks for the laughs. Today has been a sad day, and I knew. Okay, yeah, we read this one already. Not to push off your sad day. I hope you're having a better day. What was your name? Candace. Candace speaks iron. Joshua, I hope you're having a better day than yesterday. I remember you telling us yesterday was not a good day for you guys, or for you. Anyway, so that's pretty much it. Let me see here. A little shorter today. Yeah, that's it. We're done. We are done, ladies and gentlemen. Someone may say I made a clip of you blowing your nose. Well, I mean, that'll do okay. You know, I wonder how that would do if I posted as a YouTube short on my main channel. I wonder how just that, what would happen, right? I wonder if it would get a whole bunch of likes. You know, we'll see. Send it over. Tag me on X. We'll post it up. Why not? I don't know how to access the Discord though. Access the Discord? You just got to go to the Discord. You just got to go to the Discord. I don't have that link in the bio. Holy Fire Luna was putting that link out before. I have to actually start putting that link in the bio. It is not there. Tomorrow, Jonathan. Tomorrow, that link will be in the bio. 100%. I'm gonna look at doing that right now. As soon as I get off here. But anyways, guys, thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. Candace is not live today, and I don't think Baron will be live either. We'll be putting out some videos later tonight, and that is about it. I will be back tomorrow. I'll get to that Hayden stuff for sure, because there have been some weird developments in that case, and we'll see what else is out there. You know, maybe Gary will continue his investigation on me, and we'll get some updates there. I'll cover Gary doing the investigation on me. You know, that whole thing. Anyways, later, Bianca. Someone said, go be a dad. Exactly. That's what I'm going to do right now. Right now.